All right, welcome everybody. Sorry we had some technical difficulties, so we're beginning a tad late. But this is the Sherborn Select Board meeting of Thursday, February 12th, 2026. It is 6:36 p.m. and I'm calling the meeting to order. In present, we have Marion Neutra, Jeff Waldron, Paul Durensis, and myself, Stephen Tsai. Dan Sickle is out on medical leave. I have been told by Sam that Dan is doing quite well. So hopefully he'll be able to join us within the next couple of meetings. Can I start by having the Assistant Town Administrator read the agenda?
Good evening. After I get through reading the agenda, the board can vote to amend or approve the agenda. I've had no request for public comments tonight. Items can be taken out of order, and topics not anticipated 48 hours in advance may be called. Item number 1 is a reserve fund transfer request for the Woodhaven Leland Farms Water Treatment Project. Sean Colleen is here to speak on that. There are 2 considerations of appointments. One is for William Miller to the Dover Sherborn Cable TV Advisory Board for a term to expire June 15, 2029. Melissa Bowman to the Disabled Tax Aid Committee for a term to expire June 15, 2029. At 7:05, we have a public hearing, and it's a request to go from a beer and wine license to an all-alcohol license. Item number 4 is the 2025 Financial Audit and Governance Report. Chad Clark from Roselli & Clark Associates will be here. Item number 5 is the Municipal Aggregation Presentation. Amelia Landau, Sustainability Manager, and a few of the Energy and Sustainability Committee members may be here. Item number 6 is a review, discussion of the draft warrant articles, the 2026 annual town meeting that Jeremy Marset will report on. Item number 7 is the draft 27 operating and capital budget update that Jeremy will discuss. Item number 8 is a North Sherborn Water Sewer District update. Item number 9 is the consent agenda, the TA payroll warrant, draft minutes of December 4th, 2025, December 18th, January 8th, 2026, and January 22nd, 2026. Item number 10 is select board reports, and item number 11 is TA. I'm requesting that the chair hold the January 22nd minutes. There are a few changes that I need to make, and I will bring them back to the next meeting.
All right.
Move approval.
Wait. So in addition to those changes to the agenda, are there any other amendments to the agenda? All right. Hearing none.
Move approval.
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Great. So item 1, we have reserve fund transfer request for Woodhaven and Leland Farms Water Project. Sean.
Good evening. In your packet, I believe you have both the request and then a write-up I did explaining not the entire process, but highlighting some of the unexpected issues we ran into. They actually basically started just before we started construction with the Leland well. There was a issue there, and we found that well to be underperforming, and then the pump basically limped along for a couple months just until we could shut the system down. Otherwise, their system would have been down ahead of the whole system. And just to remind everyone what this project was, the 2 Leland Farms and Woodhaven were previously operating 2 completely separate public water supplies. They are on the same piece of property. A lot of people don't remember. Paul definitely does. So one of the wells that's adjacent to the parking lots at Woodhaven is the Leland well. It's also the highest yielding well on the whole property, or at least was. So it has, for DOP standards, it's got the highest permitted draw. So a couple things happened. A handful of years ago, Leland was given basically a demand letter to do some optimal corrosion control, which means they have to change. You basically have to adjust your pH so you don't have acidic water that's basically wrecking the pipes. Woodhaven has the same issue. All the water up on the hill has that issue. I suspect the people at Abbey have the same issue. And what that does is it causes copper and lead to leach into the drinking water, which obviously you don't want, especially with an at-risk population such as Woodhaven. So DEP urged, and we had engineers look at, and the best course was to combine the two systems because there was some serious redundancies between having two systems on the same piece of property. Combine them and do treatment for that corrosion control. And that also enabled us to, there's some cost savings that we're going to reap the benefit of later because we're not running two very small systems right next to each other. So the testing frequencies and everything else, you're basically doubling up when you run the two systems. So that's kind of the high level of what we did. It was a lot of site work because as you can imagine, we now had the well that fed directly to Leland had to feed over to the treatment facility, then return, the treated water back to Leland. And then all the equipment within the facility that most people don't realize is a shed across from building one at Woodhaven that houses what they already had. They already had softeners and UV lights, but we added an RO filter for some of the wells and more softeners, acid neutralizer for some of the other wells. So it's pretty complex. There was a lot of plumbing that had to get basically everything had to get replumbed inside the shed. We put an addition on the shed for a slightly larger tank, but much more equipment. We put the provisions in for future PFAS treatment. We have not done that yet, but we're basically committing that in the future we will. So we're now, that started late summer. The equipment, because of a grant that we were able to get, actually it's a earmark, I believe. It was very timely. It was actually last fiscal year's money. We had to spend down $50,000. We ordered the equipment early, most of it anyway. So that actually was ordered and shipped so early it ended up at the highway garage for most of the summer. Then we started doing the site work so that the addition could be done on the shed. Then the site work to basically connect all the piping. That was basically the first thing we encountered that was a major disruption to the budget was we hit ledge the moment we left the shed and headed for the well. Anyone that knows Woodhaven, you drive in and it's like a semicircle. And the Leland well is at the far right side and the shed is at the far left, basically. And we had to basically make that semicircle. And not only did we hit ledge, which wouldn't have been so bad, but we were hitting it within a foot of the well lines that were put in 2 decades ago when they first replumbed the whole system. So it was some very intricate digging because you can't just go hammering ledge next to the well lines that you can't breach. So they basically had to hand dig a lot of it to re-expose the lines and bury these lines with the old ones. So that, there was a sharp increase on what we were hoping for the excavation. We also encountered the Eversource's duct bank. So the 14,000 volt lines that come in, Eversource obviously hit the same thing. So they hammered in the ledge to put the electric lines. You can't go under it. So we had to go up and over, which the engineers then have to spec exactly how you're going to insulate. That stuff's expensive. And a delay. They had to remobilize the equipment once we got all the insulation so they could finish running the lines. And then, so there was a handful of other things. Each one of the wells actually failed at different times. Literally right as we were starting, we were building the shed and getting ready. Woodhaven's well 1, which was quite old. And we may have planned to do it during the shutdown. We're at least going to investigate how much it was yielding. Died. We just happened to be there and it died. So we had to replace that in a hurry because the system wasn't shut down yet. And then, as luck would have it, the other well that we use at Woodhaven once the system came up and running, didn't make enough pressure to push through all the filtration. So we had to replace that. And that wasn't that old. But again, when you're pulling corrosive water up out of the ground, you're stuck with the water coming out of the ground. It attacks the pipes, it attacks the pumps. So they don't.
Did you do the well completion at the same elevation though as the original pumps?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Leland, we snuck down a little bit lower.
Yeah.
Because they had left some depth there, but DEP really didn't want to make any changes, significant changes to those, because that's a different permit.
Yep.
If you're going to do that, but changing, like for like was acceptable without asking for other approvals.
Yeah.
But we certainly couldn't afford to put the system back together and then have it fail this week. So those, and one of the things we found out during the research, not only did Leland's well fail, but the piping, because it's a larger horsepower pump, it's not hung from a plastic pipe, it's hung from metal pipe, which is also the old way to do it. Well, that metal pipe, the steel pipe that had been in there, is only lasting 10 years. We went back and checked from the day it was drilled. 10 years later, a pump failed, and then they found out there was pinholes in the pipe. Then 10 years later, it happened again. They ended up fracking the well. It probably needs to be fracked again, but we put stainless steel pipe in.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Because I can't just put a 10-year life cycle on that. It's just because it's a lot of labor and cost to go yanking the thing out again and having it fail, especially when it's the larger yield pump on the system. And then the largest single cost that we didn't account for enough was the delay in construction. There was some equipment that didn't show up on time, so the contractor was there much longer than we had hoped, and we needed to make provisions for that. We ended up renting 2 tanks so that there was enough cycle, so we weren't bringing water in on the weekends and paying extra. There was a tank at Leland and a tank at Woodhaven, so neither of them would run out. But it's expensive. It's almost $1,000 a day for the whole system to be
$80,000 in total
on tank water. It turns out there's only 3 vendors in the entire state that are approved by Mass DEP to deliver that bulk water. So it's much more regulated than the guys driving down the road that fill up swimming pools. So those costs were incurred. We didn't really have any control over that at the time. Couldn't just shut the water off. We needed to complete the project. It's completed now, so it's into the testing phase. So they call it, where you basically prove out the system. There's obviously a lot of parameters you can change with the frequency of the softener regeneration, the RO filter, etc., and how much you mix the water, because the water streams are separate. There's different chemistry coming from the Leland well, so we're doing slightly different treatment to them, and then we mix them in the tank. So there's some variables there. They take samples, and DEP, as we go, dictates, we think you should test at day 0, day 7, day 14. We're in our 4th round now. They're going to come sample tomorrow and see where we're at. But it's up and running, and mostly running without me having to run down there at 3:30 in the morning.
A bit of that as the on startup work.
Yeah.
Needed some resets and so forth, but this project was funded by various funding sources.
I remember.
Earmark, we received some grant funding, $100,000 in grant funding. And maybe a couple.
Maybe an ARPA. It might be an ARPA too. I think it was in the ARPA.
Right?
ARPA, I think. Maybe
An earmark.
But all of those funding sources have been exhausted. However, we have some outstanding expenses as a result of the project. So do we know what's the total budget for this project? Because I know because there's been so many different sources, I don't have a good sense for in total how much did this whole thing cost.
I didn't put that in your packet, and I didn't bring it with me on paper. I suspect Deb.
Yeah, it was the The total sources added up to $448,000.
So this reserve fund transfer for 116 is on top of that 448.
That's correct.
Right. And how much do we have in the reserve fund currently?
Well, 300 minus the $45,000 that Sean anticipates to sell for the Pine Hill schools at this point in time. So what is that, 255?
So this would bring us down to 140.
Right, and there's a couple of other requests that we're aware of. For a fire truck chassis that needs some repair. It's about $30,000. And what's the other one, Deb?
The Norfolk Aggie School for 11,000.
No choice on that either.
All right, so we're down to a touch under 100,000 in the reserve fund. And how much longer do we have in the fiscal year? 5 months?
About 5 months.
Yeah.
Yep.
But once you get to May, you can transfer between appropriations. You don't have to use the reserve fund. So there's really only February to May, 3 months.
Is that May 1? Is that May 1st?
Last 2 months of the fiscal year, so June and May. So May 1st.
So May 1st. So we have the rest of February and then March and April.
March and April.
Okay, 100 grand.
Yeah. So as you know, I mean, the reserve fund transfer is traditionally the select board have discussed and recommended.
Yeah.
To the advisory. Advisory is the final arbiter for reserve fund transfers. The year-end transfers are slightly different. They're not the same. But if advisory chose not to approve this, then other ways to fund this shortfall could be an appropriation at town meeting, either a supplemental appropriation for the fiscal year or a capital appropriation.
Yeah, but that would mean that these contractors would not get paid until then.
That's correct, right?
Right, so it might end up costing more. Yeah. Seems like this, I mean, this has to be paid.
So I have a motion. If we're finished discussing.
Unless you have more questions, I'm finished.
So
I guess, so were these all things that were entirely unanticipated prior to the project? I mean, most of them have sounded pretty unanticipated.
Yeah, I mean, what I highlighted was, and it might be confusing. Pam called me on it because she's like, these numbers didn't equal the reserve fund.
Yeah.
I tried to highlight what was above what was anticipated. I mean, we anticipated needing water. It was a low estimate, but this went well beyond what the estimate would have been. The excavation, I highlighted what I thought was above what we anticipated for the excavation. Yeah.
So 80,000, that's the total amount that was needed for water, or that's the amount that was above what you had estimated to be?
I think that's what's above.
That's what, okay. That's expensive.
I think, again, I don't have my spreadsheets.
Like an Avion? What are they?
Yeah, well, it's funny because people that would even didn't think they wanted to drink it. I said, it's the most expensive water you've ever drank. And it is. I mean, they got to truck it in. That one was getting trucked in from Connecticut, but every single tank load gets tested when it gets here.
Yeah. I mean, we have to do it, right? It's just, it's tough because that's around a quarter of the cost of the entire project, which I think we all thought was going to be fully funded externally. So it's tough to now basically cut our remaining reserve fund in half.
I'd say there's possibly two other sources of funding. This water supply supports Woodhaven, which has a revolving fund.
Yeah.
That does have balance.
Yeah.
And also Leland Farms, which is a private
Yeah.
entity, but both of those are benefiting from the project.
Yeah.
we
I know
also-
that Leland Farms I know that financially they're pretty stretched. So I don't think I would want to ask them to foot the bill for this.
we can also ask for an earmark, both at the state level and federal level. they're both looking, both our congressman and our state rep are looking for
Yeah.
projects to identify. This is one that I had thought would be a good one to identify because of the nature of what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Good
We've
for-
already received
But
earmark
we have
funds
to
from
pay
the
for
state,
it before we would know about an earmark. You can transfer it afterwards.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
right, because the earmark funds wouldn't come in till the time they finish.
October timeframe.
Yeah, I think so. We'd be better off just doing a supplemental appropriation at town meeting.
This is also, I've been pointing out, this is a life cycle replacement of a lot of equipment. In other words, if we had just done the original project, we still would have had old pumps, old well heads.
Well, right.
It actually is fortuitous, I think, in a lot of ways that you could do everything at once and have all the equipment be now life cycle reset sort of to now, as opposed to well pumps that had been hit with acidic water for decades, you know. So I did a mini version of this in my own basement, so I got a little bit familiarity with it.
Could we reasonably ask Woodhaven to pay this out of the revolving fund, but then to essentially replenish that at town meeting with a supplemental appropriation?
That's possible, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking as a way to preserve the reserve fund. It makes me nervous. Bring the reserve fund down to 100,000 when we've still got, almost 3 months to go before we enter the last quarter.
But that would be a request, the elder housing committee would need to discuss that.
Yeah,
I believe though does have a fair balance in the revolving fund.
yeah,
It's a healthy fund.
Yeah.
It's well managed.
yeah. I'm just thinking.
And Deb, do you recall the balance? I feel like
It's close to 700,000, maybe a little higher than that.
Yeah,
Well,
because I feel like, especially, I mean, they're benefiting from it as well, So, and especially if we can do a supplemental appropriation that would basically put that back in. So it's really just essentially a temporary zero interest loan that they're giving us from now until town meeting.
The only thing we'd have to do though is figure out what portion is attributable to Woodhaven, because the Leland cost is for the two facilities.
Yeah,
So we'd have to make sure that we could delineate, it's a shared system now,
Yeah.
so we have to figure out how.
I was thinking I would just have Woodhaven pay the entire balance, knowing that the town is essentially going to be paying them back in a couple months.
I don't know
it's
the
basically a
rules of their, I don't know that they get paid for costs associated with supporting Leland. There might be rules on what I can
You
do.
could pay that back,
Yeah,
the 50 or 60%.
yeah, exactly.
From the supplement.
Yeah, so I suppose do we have a way of being able to delineate like what share of the cost would be attributable to Woodhaven versus Newland?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I mean, we'll be doing that on an ongoing basis by the usage,
Yeah,
to split the operational bill.
yeah,
Well, the big number here is the $80,000, which you can just split by the usage of the two buildings.
Yeah.
Pretty easily. That's a big
Yeah.
chunk of the cost.
So annually, we'll have one maintenance contract.
Yeah, yeah.
To do the whole system, but annually, farms through the land lease, their share of the cost of the maintenance system. So when we rebuild the full balance,
Yeah.
we split the cost in ratio.
yeah. Yeah. Do we know Leland? They presumably also have an account that has a balance in it that they can spend. Could we essentially do the same thing as we're doing with Woodhaven and?
There is actually sort of a reserve fund that was set up during the land lease. This doesn't have a lot of balance in it, but it's funds that the town currently holds.
Yeah.
For infrastructure type repairs. I do not believe it's half of 116.
Yeah.
But
Oh, no.
yeah, well, yeah, if you recall.
I don't have the exact number, but I want to say it's about $20,000. It's a pretty small number.
So that's a potential as well. It seems that the land lease was set up such that that reserve was there.
Yeah.
To be used for such.
Pam?
I was just gonna say, what what happens when what we use the reserve funds of the revolving funds from Woodhaven to pay and it goes to town meeting? What if the town doesn't vote to support that?
You
How
don't get it
does,
back.
yeah, that's gonna be a hard sell, I think.
I mean, on one hand, it kind of makes sense. On the other hand, it's a much more complex sort of solution than a simple
I'd be
pay it
safe.
now
Um,
out of reserve fund.
yeah,
If you'd like
Replenish
to
the
get out
reserve
that
fund.
conversation with the elder housing.
yeah.
I mean, in the meantime, if advisory or would possibly queue up their discussion as well and make
Yeah.
that other input, but
Yeah,
should not be able to make a decision tonight, we can go back and gather more information.
Yeah.
Talk to the elder housing committee,
yeah,
get the, looking at actual balances available, make sure the land is wording and the way they interpret it.
yeah. Well, what if we said something to the general idea that effectively the select board supports a reserve fund transfer to pay for this, but we would like the advisory committee working with essentially the finance committee of the town to figure out if there are alternate methods that we could pay this, and then essentially pay it back at town meeting with a supplemental, working with so if it turns out that a certain balance is definitely going to need to come out of the reserve fund, then, we would leave it up to the advisory committee to determine what that amount was and essentially pre-approve it so that it doesn't have to come back to our board for another vote. Because again, I think the advisory committee are the ones that hold the reserve fund anyway, so it's sort of a vote of confidence in the advisory committee to sort this out. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, I think so. We just have to pay the amount now, though, I think, to pay the vendors.
Yeah, so that's why if the advisory committee determines that, no, the best way to deal with this is the reserve fund, then we're pre-approving essentially $116,000 out of the reserve fund. But leaving it up to the advisory committee to do their own financial wizardry to figure out if there is a different way to pay for this, that preserves, as much of the reserve fund as we can.
So do you want to make a motion now?
I think we should, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think essentially we want to vote to support it so that this issue doesn't need to come back to us.
Okay.
We're just trusting the advisory committee to make the best financial decision.
Sure, I have a motion.
Mhm.
So since we do not approve these transfers because this is the year-end transfer, this is entirely an advisory committee decision. Words are to endorse and support a request for a transfer $116,451.18 from the reserve fund to the, and let's get the name of the project correct, the Woodhaven Leland Farms Public Water Supply Project. Provided, however, that we request an effort be made to consider alternate funding from other available funds if possible. Are we leaving it to advisory to do that, or is that something that we want Jeremy to do or for us to do?
I believe that Jeremy will work with advisory along with Deb and Pam and, the elder housing committee and whoever else is relevant. Farms trustees.
You want the motion to be stronger to say that we would request the Woodhaven Committee to consider advancing this money.
No, I think they should make their own decision on it.
Okay. And that's the motion.
So I second you. It's a lengthy motion, but I second it. I think we have the,
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I see Nora and Stephen Bonder are both on
Yeah.
the Zoom, so hopefully you guys got the message there, and if not, I'm sure Jeremy can relay it to you.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So it is now 7:06, and we have a public hearing that is scheduled at 7:05, so I'm sorry, Melissa, you're gonna have to make you wait a little bit longer. So we're gonna do we're gonna do our public hearing now, which is request to go from beer and wine license to all alcohol license.
So you're gonna read the advertisement?
I need the notice. Here's the notice.
Great, thank you. All right, so this is Town of Sherborn, Massachusetts, public hearing. The Sherborn Select Board will hold a hybrid public hearing on Thursday, February 12th, 2006, at 7:05 PM on the change in category ABCC license for Sherborn Fuel LLC, Laura Weatherall, manager at 21 South Main Street. Category change is to all alcoholic beverage, section 15 package store. Information on how to access the hybrid meeting will be posted on the town's website, main calendar, www, but past that date anyways. Oral and written comments are invited. And so it is 7:07 PM, and I move to open the public hearing.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye. All right, thank you. And I see the weather all's here.
Wouldn't have missed it.
Did you want to say anything about the request? I think it's pretty straightforward. I think in previous meetings, I think that you've indicated an interest in doing so, but since you're here, didn't know if you wanted to say anything.
Oh, thanks.
So I guess it's a pretty straightforward, request on the table for a change in license. Does anybody, I guess I'll open the select board comment session. Oh, no, public's first, right? All right, I will open up for public comments. So any public comments, if you're on the Zoom, please use the raise hand function. All right. Hearing no public comments, I'm closing the public comment session, opening up select board comment session. Oh,
So I'd make a couple of comments. First, that I've reviewed the application. It's in order. I thank Jeannie for her part in this. Make sure it was in order. Good job, Jeannie. It's important that we keep our alcohol licenses in use. They exist by statute in order to serve the public. We have one now that's not being used. I would very much support putting it back on the street, if you will, so that it's being used and it's benefiting the citizens of the town. So I would move to approve the license.
I'll second the motion. We've discussed this at multiple meetings, I feel like.
Yeah, we have.
Before we do that, though, I think that in a hearing, I'm supposed to open up for a second public comment period. So before we officially vote, I'm gonna open up for a second public comment period. If anybody has anything more to say or ask. All right, hearing none, I'm closing the public comment session and opening the select board voting session. A motion and a second is already on the table. Any discussion prior to our vote? All right, hearing none, all in favor? Aye. All right, thank you very much. I now move to close the public hearing. All right, moving second, all in favor? All right, aye. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming, Alex.
For seeing your expanded selection.
We're not gonna take it very far. Last thing we want to do is discourage parents from letting their children feel safe. Email. Right. That's very much for help. I just responded back to his email.
All right.
Tell, listen, back in, I did the appointment.
Yeah, I was gonna just back.
Get Melissa? What? Is Melissa out there?
Melissa would,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Pointer.
All right, so,
so moved.
all right, so moving consideration of appointments, William Miller to the Dover Sherborne Cable TV Advisory Board for a term to expire June 15, 2029. And Melissa Bowman to the Disabled Tax Aid Committee for a term to expire June 15, 2029.
I move we approve both of those appointments.
All right, so
Thank them for their service.
And a second.
moved in second. All in favor? All right. All right. Moving right along. All right. Item 4, 2025 Financial Audit and Governance Report. Presentation by Chad Clark of Roselli Clark and Associates. Before we begin, Mr. Clark has requested ground rules for this discussion, which I have accepted, which is that questions will only be taken from the select board or from the town administrator or the finance director of town. All right. Chad? Floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Nice to see you again. So I'm going to just jump right into this so that I don't keep you guys around any extra time. I'm going to start in with the financial statements discussion. We're going to start with the statement of net position, which is the full accrual version of the financial statements. It is more GASB directed than how you operate under UMIS. So I'm going to go over it just to kind of explain to everybody what the numbers are because they may be a little bit different than what you normally see being reported out of the town. And this is, again, just kind of for national audit reporting compliance purposes. So on the audit report, it would be page 11 of 49. And I'll start by saying the governmental activities, which comprises everything in the town with the exception of your OPEB trust fund. So that anything related to that is not part of this discussion at this moment. And with that, you reflect that you have cash and investments on hand on June 30th of 2025 of approximately $16 million of liquid cash to pay bills and have available. The other parts, I'll skip all the way kind of down to the final part where it's net position, which is the equivalent of what, if anyone took accounting courses and stuff in the past, would be fund balance or retained earnings section. The first part, net investment in capital assets of $28 million, reflects what your fixed assets are, less your accumulated depreciation against those fixed assets, and less the outstanding debt against them. So any bonds that you may have issued to construct such assets. And that is by far your largest part of retained earnings or net position. Your net position is 23.5 million. This is 28.4. I know that seems a little inverse because of the negative 13 million at the bottom, which I'll discuss in a second. The other items below it that reflected as restricted for are all amounts that have third-party restrictions on them, where there is a purpose to them, but the town does not have the option of using the monies however they want to. You have to follow along with the purpose.
It's right here.
So like non-expendable permanent funds would be trust funds where you have to keep the corpus intact or the original donated amount. Other parts of the library funds is a large portion of the rest of that of about 6.5 million. Now, your unrestricted number of 13 million, that's fairly common within Massachusetts municipalities. And the reason for that is that about 10 years ago now, you had to start reporting your pension and OPEB liabilities on this statement. And one of the things I want to point out to you is that's reflecting a $12.9 million deficit, but your OPEB and pension net liabilities is about 18.4 million. So if you were to pull those liabilities out, you would actually be showing a surplus of about 6.5 or so. So that's one way of saying, well, that's great, but there's still a deficit. The reason that it's viewed a little differently by everybody as they view this and they don't get upset by the deficit is those are very long-term liabilities. You're talking 30, 40-year liabilities, which you are funding towards in the form of pension and OPEB contributions. So while that is a liability, there is a effective plan in place. There is plenty of time. It's not a $13 million current liability. That's driving that deficit is what I really want to get across to everybody at this point. Above it, where it talks about non-current liabilities due within 1 year, due in more than 1 year, uh, you'll see about 1.7 million in 1 year and 31.746. That's where your OPEB and pension liabilities are comprised. Within that number, also making up a big portion of that is as of June 30th of 25, the town had no short-term debt, but you did have about $13.6 million of long-term bonds that will be due and payable over the next many years. Um, that number is actually about $500,000 higher than the year before because the town issued $1.5 million of bonds in FY25, and you only had about $1.2 million of principal payments due. So you did add a little more debt long term. Uh, Most of this is probably projects that were either completed or at this point are probably well on their way. Any initial questions about the assets and net position?
I was going to add more of a comment, Chad, which is that as you probably know, we like to bond some things for the reason the future residents pay a share of a cost of a new fire truck or something that they'll be benefiting from. So while there's interest costs and transaction costs associated with it, it causes future residents to bear a portion of the asset that they'll realize benefits from.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. Who's gonna exactly who's gonna get the value of that purchase and spreading it out. And there are other, and you have the ability to debt for things like vehicles and buildings, but there are other costs where the issuance of debt might be a little harder to come by. So you want to maintain like your free cash
Right.
for those such projects. And then too, you don't necessarily want to go out and bond a $50,000 pickup truck either. So
Oh, yeah,
you,
yeah.
you know that allows you to keep the free cash around to manage the more smaller capital purchases that way. But no, that's a very good point, and that is a good way of looking at it.
Now I could comment too.
Yes, go ahead, Paul.
So from the point of view of citizens listening to this discussion, it's all very technical, but as I read it, there's a lot of good news in here.
Yeah, that's a good way of
Our free
yeah.
cash is 3.16 million, which is a pretty good number. It's like the second highest that we've had in quite a long period of time. The general stabilization fund is 1.1 million, which is really nice number to be at. We have a capital stabilization fund with $500,000 in it that we need to figure out if we're going to use it and for what. But that's a nice place to be where you've got a fund that you can use for capital projects. There are no negative comments about the management, no faults found in any of the systems that we have in place. It just seems things seem stable and trending well. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, I would agree with that, and you're right. And so I saw where you found it is you found that on page 9 of the audit report, and that is part of what we call the MD&A or management discussion analysis. I would encourage anyone who hasn't actually read that part. That's kind of, as you said, it's a little technical and stuff, but that's kind of where we put it in quote unquote English. And we take kind of we apply a little bit of an accounting. We take the strict accounting numbers part and we try to put it into a narrative format for everyone. So I would encourage people to read it. But you're right. Yeah, your free cash is very solid. Yeah, you have almost $5 million in various stabilization funds. Is available with a town meeting vote to apply to projects. The other thing too to point out is the town is continues to maintain its AAA bond rating. You can't get any higher than that. So, there has been some talk lately. The bonding agencies have uh, thought or they have re-envisioned how they evaluate municipalities, and some of them are on the cusp of losing their AAA, but your numbers are trending positively. Off the top of my head, I can't see why um, anyone would think that you would be in jeopardy of losing that. You're actually improving on your finances. Um, one of the things, a couple of notes, just narratively, is the town does rely on um, property taxes for about 76% of its revenue. So it is very much a resident driven revenue source versus some other communities that maybe rely on more industrial and commercial property taxes. Um, your state aid is okay, but the demographics, you know, probably hold you back a little bit relative to how the allocation formulas work. So you are very much a self-sufficient community from that respect, and the fact that you're making it work is a good sign. Um, one of the things I'd point out is, yeah, on the full GASB accrual, uh, government-wide financials, your overall net position increased about 1.6 million this year. So that would be kind of like, say, net income for terms. Last year it was 2.4 or 2.3-ish. So while it's down a little bit, it's still trending positive. You didn't eat into your surpluses in that regard. You're paying, you're making your debt payments, you're paying into your long-term liabilities, OPEB, and pension. Like one of the things, let me pull it out. There's some schedules at the back starting on page 44 that describe, in technical terms, more of the pension. But your pension liability is about 12.3 million, like we said, still your net pension. You don't have a lot of control over that because you're part of Middlesex County retirement. And they kind of make all the decisions on that and tell you how much you're going to pay for your assessments. But that has to be fully funded by 2040. They're on track from an actuarial perspective to be done a few years earlier than that. So we are getting to the close where they're hoping, a lot of retirement systems are hoping to be fully funded somewhere in the next 10 to 12 years. At the moment, I would point out though that Middlesex County is only 58% funded, so just under 60%. So when you kind of do the analytical analysis on that, you kind of say, well, this has been around for, 40, 50 years, and we're at 60% funded. We only have 10 more years or 12 more years, and we got to make up the other 40%. Yeah, that's what that says. So what we warn a lot of our clients about is, um, depending on how the actuaries calculate this, they can kick it down the road a little bit longer because they're trying to fully fund earlier than the 2040 deadline. But in fair warning, you may see your retirement assessments go up over the next few years as they try to hit that 100% funded mark. So we put that on the OPEB side. That is something that you all do control within the town because you manage your own plan. And your total liability and OPEB for anyone is similar to pension. Pension is the actual like pension wages you pay out. OPEB is the value of the health insurance primarily that you owe to the retirees as part of your agreement with them for working for the town. That amount is about 9.8 million. You funded 3.6 million out of it already in about 8 years. So on that one, you're about 37% funded already in 8 years. So the town is annually contributing $200,000 extra into it. You've been consistent doing that from the start. I applaud it. How does that translate for everything? Well, of the 3.6 million that you have in there, approximately 1.5, 1.6 million is from investment earnings. So the town, by funding that 200,000 every year, has effectively put itself in a place where you've pushed off funding that liability onto banks and stocks and institutions instead of your taxpayers in town. And that's always been the argument for why to fund OPEB because with a good solid investment stream, a lot of that liability can be paid by entities and parties outside of the town, and you're proving that out very well. Um,
Yeah, can I ask a question about OPEB?
sure.
Yeah, just curious how that funding ratio for Sherborn, saying, fairly well funded, how that compares to other communities that we've seen.
I would say you're a little on the higher end. Um,
Higher funded side
on the
in a good way.
percentage, yes. Yep.
In-
Some places obviously they have school departments and stuff, so they have to fund a lot bigger amount every year to kind of keep up. Um, so the 200's a fair number for you all, but yeah, 30, that 37% I would say puts you in um, definitely above average. And I would say it's part of the reason you probably have a AAA rating because Moody's and S&P look at that and see that, contrary to some communities which have kind of kicked it down the road and said, well, when we're done paying off the pension, we'll start thinking about it. And the bond rating agencies have kind of said, well, that's not really acceptable. That's not good long-term planning, and they dock them on their credit rating. So there's multiple layers of why that's beneficial. But yeah, that's a solid start this early in the process.
I had a benchmarking study about 5 years ago when I was advisory or early selection worker showing about 20 or 25 towns, I think. We were in the higher end.
I have a question. Regarding OPEB, with medical costs constantly rising, how does a town calculate what their long-term targets should be?
Excellent question. And it is completely done by the actuary that you hire, that calculates that number. And they use historical tables and cost rates. I've actually been in some meetings with your actuary. He's well aware of this, and he's actually given presentations on it. And it is a question. There is if you look at the actuarial report, there are certain assumptions where the cost of health insurance was not going to go up as quickly as it has recently. They do look at it as a long-term averaging rate, though. Like there's some years where I see their schedules where they expect health rates to go up 5% and they're flat. But there are some amounts. I'm not sure I don't know so much that they're health benefits that you all offer, but some of them are in the 30 to 40% increase range right now. Um, Now, I know, to be honest with you, um, not to get into the political side of it, but part of that, I think, increases has been some of the arguments that have been going on down in Washington, D.C. on healthcare subsidies and how that gets applied and not applied. And that seems to be kind of tennis match with the ball going back and forth on which side. So it's definitely something to watch how that all ultimately settles out. But yes, I gave you a longer answer, but the answer is that you have a professional actuary calculating that for you, and they redo their analysis every year. 2 years they do a full reval. Every year they do a kind of a look and see that everything's kind of making sense. So it's not even like, oh, hey, we hired an actuary 5 years ago, hope it's still good. No, that number is being looked at annually.
Actually,
Got another-
healthcare. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, did you, I'm moving off of healthcare. So
No, I was just gonna add one
Healthcare.
comment, which is the healthcare cost is only a minor part of what the actuaries change. Its life expectancy is what really drives it. So if all of a sudden our healthcare is so good that people are living another 5 years, that really is what that's when I looked at that moves the OPEB way more than healthcare costs.
Right, so where there's death, there's hope, as they say.
Exactly right.
So Chad, still on the topic of OPEB.
Yep.
So as far back as I can remember, which is probably around 10 years now, we've been generally funding OPEB as a 50-50 split between the tax levy and free cash. And, right now our free cash position is pretty healthy. And as you mentioned in your sort of introductory letter, with Prop 2.5, a lot of towns, including us, we're basically right up against our levy limit right now. So if we were to shift that to maybe 75 or even 100% of the OPEB contribution coming from free cash, would that be viewed as a negative?
It would be viewed as, yeah. So here's the concern with the rating agencies is if your plan is based on one-time monies, and I know free cash kind of comes through every year and it gets renewed, but it's not a guarantee. Like when you work the contribution into the tax rate, it's basically you got a hard appropriation number where you've baked it right in. When you're using free cash, you could have a bad year financially in the town for whatever reason. I mean, we've had a few years where, the mortgage, everybody was doing great, and then the mortgage crash happened in March, and the last 3 months tanked the year, and nobody had any ability to actually adjust for it. Same thing kind of with COVID, with the timing. Um, so all of a sudden, then your free cash can kind of dissipate on you, and then it becomes, oh well, we didn't fund OPEB that much this year because we ran out of free cash. Um, that's the risk you have now. Unofficially, because I don't do bond ratings, I would tell you that you do have a healthy contribution ratio right now. And, if you had a little hiccup in there or something, I don't think it would penalize you all that much. But from at the base of what you're asking, yes, the town's plan as to how you're going to contribute to OPEB or pension um, is a big driver in how the bond rating agencies look at it. Um, like on the pension side, they're more concerned that you're not fully funded enough, but they're less concerned because you really don't have a say in the fact that Mass General Law requires you to annually contribute a PARAC approved assessment, and that's baked in your tax rate. So, um, depending on your perspective, that cover that for you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it's just year to year right now. We're facing specific financial pressures that I mean they're not unique to us, of course, but essentially in an attempt to avoid an operating override this year, that's one of the strategies that we're looking at. But it's kind of like, is that going to be a bad move?
Well, all right. So what I would point out from the long-term strategy perspective of what you're saying, and there are a lot of overrides going on right
Yeah.
now, as you all know, and a lot of it is healthcare and wage increases. Like we have it in that governance letter and have for 5 years now that inflationary factors are still, we don't hear about on the news how, okay, inflation went up 20% in the first quarter kind of thing, but some costs are coming down, but some costs are not coming down, and there's a question if they ever will. And now all of a sudden, that inflationary cost is now the new baseline. And it's a permanent cost to have to be absorbed into the tax rate, not a temporary one. And that is causing some of the problems we're seeing now. Now, um, I would say, for example, if you said, well, okay, you know what, we're only going to fund OPEB 100,000 this year because we need to get by. Well, that's okay, but what do you use the 100,000 for? If you use the 100,000 to pay required payments for operating, such as healthcare for the employees, the question that S&P would ask you is, well, what are you going to do the year after? Because the healthcare cost isn't going to go down. So what are you telling us that you're going to take 100,000 away permanently now and you're shifting it, or is this a one-time thing? And then that gets to your override is do does the town say, look, sooner or later we're going to need an override. We're going to try to buy one more year, and this is the way we're going to do it. But after we do the override, part of the override is going to be to move it back up to 200. All right, that's a plan. Um, but once you take it from there and you start paying costs, unless they're one-time costs, it would be hard for the town to find that 100,000 that 100,000 you took again. It would be the only thing I would point out
Yeah.
from
Yeah, I
a
mean,
planning perspective.
yeah, I mean that scenario that you outlined is what I'm thinking in my head. I'm not going to say that that's the entire board or the advisory committee's position, but yes, 1 year we are just trying to avoid to delay the override for a year. And once we're obviously going to need an override category, then we're just going to go back to our previous, 100,000 from the tax levy and 100,000 from free cash. It's just kind of like a one-time thing. Part of that might be, can we adequately explain that to the bond rating agencies or not,
And Chad, with that, it's not necessarily, it's not a reduction in the annual contribution, it's a change from the source of where the contributions come.
Right, yeah, we would continue to put in 200,000. It would just be all from free cash as opposed to 100 from free cash and 100 from the levy.
Right. Okay. So if you didn't undercut it, that would be fine. From the perspective, there's a consistency there, and consistency is great with accountants. We love predictable. So yeah, if it wasn't a reduction to it, that does change the concept a little bit. I mean, your free cash is pretty solid. Coming up with an extra 100,000 out of it isn't asking a lot. But it does now all of a sudden, back to the original question of how does it appear, you're now not so much guaranteeing that the 100,000 is always there or from taxes and 100 from free cash. You're now saying, well, as long as we have it in free cash, we'll fund it. And you know, right now it would seem that okay, you'll probably have it in free cash, but S&P does view it as unpredictable revenue streams or funding stream. Let me put it that way. So
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one of the things is, I mean, our free cash right now is somewhere close to 10% of our operating budget, and
yeah.
our own financial guidelines that we set for ourselves is to have free cash between 3 and 5%. So part of that is, I think this year or the next couple of years, we're probably going to be looking for ways to spend free cash on one time, essentially doing a lot more capital with free cash as opposed to borrowing. But this was kind of one of the things that we're like, well, why don't we just bump our OPEB up on free cash a little bit this year? And all of that as a strategy to get our free cash kind of down closer to 5%. And then hopefully also relieving pressure on the tax levy a little bit, at least for this year.
No, in line with what you're telling me about your policies and stuff, yeah, you're honestly, you're changing up how you're doing it, but you're staying well within your policy ranges. And again, that would be viewed positively, as far as like how did you adapt? And you adapted in a way that still allowed you to stay within your policy ranges and expectations. So
Great.
I think that's a good aspect of how to look at it. Um, You actually mentioned something. Give me half a second here. I want to check my notes. Um, So yeah, you were talking about how like your free cash percentages and stuff, and you made a kind of a reference to one of the notes we put in your MD&A on page 8. So when you get over to the balance sheet, which is on page 13, which I'll move to now, you're going to see that the fund balance numbers change a little bit because this particular financial statement is missing your OPEB liability, missing your debt liability, missing your pension liability. This is really kind of the numbers that you maintain, how you maintain your books in the town and what you submit to DOR for free cash. And your general fund unassigned balance on that page is 5.3 million. Now, I would point out that from a GASB perspective, that does include your stabilization funds. So it may be a little different than what you're used to, but that unassigned fund balance is 15% of your general fund expenditures. So you could go, you know, um, couple of months with no money coming in the door and still fund your general fund operations. When you go to the lower number, total fund balance of 6.6 million, you're at almost 19% has been accumulated in your fund balance against what your annual expenditures are. So those are healthy percentages, as well as like your free cash. So
Yeah.
This is the total fund balance, but
So Steve,
Well,
I got like 7 questions, but I can do it quick, I hope.
okay.
go for it.
So I noticed that there's a neat little thing that happened when we put money into this OPEB account. We're making money off of it in the market, or however we made the money. But there's a net difference between what was projected to be earnings and then what actually happened with those earnings. It looks like we're like 1.6 million to the good. Am I reading that correct?
I think that could be, the claims could be lower too.
So one of the things, all right, so one of the things about this is to take the spikes out of it. Because like the 40, like let's say the 30% healthcare trend. So what the actuary gets to do under the GASB is they don't have to recognize that 30% spike in 1 year. They can smooth it or spread it over a 5-year amortization. So what I think you're looking at, Paul, is you from an actuarial perspective, you may have outperformed what your expected rate of return was on your investments, but the actuary is forced to take the amount that you made above and beyond and smooth it out over the next 5 years. Now, when you have a good economy like we've had with the stock market, you're like, oh, that I feel cheated. However, invariably the stock market goes down every once in a while. And that same loss is also spread over a 5-year period. So what happens is some of those previous gains smooth out future losses as the market. So it kind of helps take the spikes out of it. And the same thing with the healthcare. So I think that might be what you're looking at and referring to.
Looking at page 36 out of 49,
Okay.
where it says deferred outflows of resources and deferred inflows of resources.
Yes. That's
30,
exactly what that
2025,
stuff
the
is.
town reported deferred outflows of resources and deferred inflows of resources relating to pensions from the following sources.
Yes.
When you look at it, net differences between projected and actual earnings on pension plan investments.
Mhm.
And so on. There's like 4 different categories there. And my point wasn't really the details of the numbers. It's that philosophically, from a management point of view, we're benefited from putting money into an OPEB account because we end up having more money. We're actually getting more money to meet our obligations because it's being invested, so that when we talk about contributions, it's not like you take 200,000, you put it away, and then 10 years later you got 10,000 now to use on other expenses. That is growing during that 10-year period. And we end up having more money that's not coming from taxpayers to meet these obligations. And therefore, I get to the conclusion that it's a good idea to be putting money into an OPEB account because, at least according to page 36, it's benefiting the taxpayers to do this. Isn't that a fair
Yeah,
reading?
you could have off years though where you're not performing as well financially too.
Well, anything is possible, but right now, and it seems like it's actually the securities market that's fueling most of the gains. When they list
Actually, those are kind of more actuarial calculations, Paul. I think the better number for what you're trying to describe here is on page 46. And about halfway down the page, it talks about net investment income. And that is the investment income that you actually made on the bank accounts. Like that's not actuarial numbers. That is the actual, like when you got a 1099 for your taxes for your bank account this past month. That's like what that number is. And yeah, you can go back to see 2022 when the pandemic hit, and yeah, there was a big loss there. But if you look at every other year, you see it ramping up. Now, part of it's the stock market ramping up, but part of it, what Paul's describing, is what we were always taught in accounting and finance classes, is what they call the time value of money. And you will see that, yes, as you contributed more money, your net investment income goes up because you're investing more. So he's right. The $200,000 you're putting in now is going to, with what it earns in investments and stuff, and I'm going to just make up a number, please don't hold me to this, but it's going to turn into, you know, $300,000 10 years from now. So you put in 200, but it's now going to be worth 300. That extra 100 was not funded by taxpayers. He's absolutely right. And so yeah, the argument becomes, well, the more we put in there, the more investment money we can make, the more the liability can get funded by investments. Now, you know, the other comment was right too. You're not always going to have these gains every year. Everything does balance out in the world. And at some point, you'll lose a little money in the stock market. But overall, the history is over the last 60, 70, 80 years about a 10% average rate of return if well invested. So, um, that's kind of, but yeah, I would point you to page 46 for that analysis.
so my next question is on page 7 of 49.
Okay.
You have government activities, revenues, program revenues, et cetera, and you have charges for services showing that the money that we're receiving for charges for services dropped from 3 million to 2,600,000. And I'm wondering if in the course of doing your audit, you identified why is it that the fees that we're charging for services had that kind of drop? Is there a particular program that's causing
You know
it?
what? Give me half a second to pull up my
So,
I wonder if it could be I don't think we have the actuaries updated. Is it updated every year, Chad? I'm wondering if there's like an
it's a
actuarial
it's a
charge
soft
that's.
update, but what he's asking about, that charges for services, that's the that's actually what you do. So give me half a second here, everyone. So charges for services are like your departmental incomes. It's transfer station fees, it's rental, your cell phone tower rental, certain fees for like conservation, um, uh, board of health fees, um, licenses and permits would be in there.
so it's like a 15% drop.
Yeah, so let me see here.
So I'm just asking if you happen
So,
to,
yeah.
in the course of the audit, know why what program? Because maybe we're not setting the fee right for that particular program.
Oh, I would be honest with you. The audit would not micromanage it at that particular level, but I'm looking to see because the other part too is some of that's over in the special revenue funds. So I'm just taking a look here real quick at what the numbers are.
I mean, that would include legal fees though, wouldn't it? Town's legal fees?
No, this
Those
is
are
revenue.
very,
These are revenues.
These are rev.
no revenues, rather.
Yeah, these are revenues. Um, I'm looking at this and meeting charges.
Well, if you don't know, let me move
Yeah,
on
I
because
mean,
I
to
don't
be
want to
honest,
take up
the
everybody's time.
changes. Let me see here. I'm trying to like it may be addressed more directly
Tad, if
in
it includes special revenue funds too, could it be just lower amounts of grants, maybe lower chapter 90 money? Things like
nope,
that?
that would be all under operating grants or capital grants. These are literally just services the town charges
Hmm.
fees for. But it could be a combination of them. It's not necessarily, we look at it kind of as a category, as part of the audit as a whole. Um, so like, uh, let me see here, charges for services over in like recreation is a charge for service. Police details is a charge for service. And that can be one that fluctuates quite significantly because it depends on how much projects are going on in the town that year where you required a police detail. Um, uh, Tuitions, like you get some pre-K tuitions that they charge for school services. Zoning review is in that number. Oh, ambulance, your ambulance service, that can definitely adjust year to year. Elderly housing maintenance is in that number. Um, I mean, it's not, I know a specific, I
Well, let
have
me,
like current numbers for each one, but not line by line immediately in front of me, year to year.
Don't
let
worry
me move
about it.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a
So
lot of
let's-
doozies on this agenda, so
So
can
let me,
you,
if I could,
yeah, make them important questions, please.
then page 11 out of 49, we have a category tax foreclosures, 255,002. Is that comparatively speaking a good number for the town or is that a bad number for the town?
What page is that
In other words,
again?
do we have more tax foreclosures with more people not paying their taxes than we normally have, or is this our normal
So
number?
that tax foreclosure is actually property that the town has actually physically taken. So that's an as what it is it's there because when the town takes the property under Mass General Law, you don't collect the tax, you collect the property. And DOR requires you to maintain on the books effectively what the taxes would have been owed on that property that caused you to take them. So that part is actually not taxes owed so much as that's the value of the property that you are now holding, that you took in the past. It could have been 20 years ago, um, in lieu of the people not paying their taxes.
Oh, so this isn't the current year where it says statement of net position June 30th. I thought in 2025, we did some foreclosures that total 255. You're saying that's from the beginning of time till now?
Well, I'm just saying it's an accumulated number.
They're
It could have been
assets,
some
they're
from
assets, it's
25. It
not
could
the
have been
income
some.
statement.
I didn't want anybody thinking that
It's an
absolutely
asset.
was something
Well, I
wrong.
don't think anything was last year.
I'd be surprised if there was
Okay.
nothing in the previous year.
Okay, I got my answer on that.
Okay.
Then we have this analysis on 30 or 49, where we're putting into the financial statement the present value of future receipts from our cell tower leases.
Yes.
So we're adding like 1,059,913
Yes.
based on the assumption that these leases are going to be paying this amount through 2045.
Hold on just 1 second. I don't want to misspeak. There is more than just cell phone, I believe, in that number.
Do you have a question about that number?
Yeah, I'm, I'm concerned that creates the impression that we have these receivables that are currently available to us and that they're not currently available to us.
Well, if you look down, then that's a receivable that you have an agreement for. If you look down below on the balance sheet in that position, you're going to see a deferred revenue or a deferral for leases. So there's an asset on the books for it under GASB, but then there is a liability that offsets it dollar for dollar. So it only ends up being reflected as revenue for the town in the year you actually collect the money. So a good way to put it, Paul, is this is a tracking number of agreements the town has in place.
Yes, but on the summary financial position of the town is this category as deferred inflow of resources.
Uh-huh. That's the liability part that offsets it. So it keeps it out of being revenue by putting it as an equal deferred revenue, deferred inflow. It keeps it out of revenue and fund balance until the town actually collects the revenue. So that's why I said it's more of a tracking number for planning purposes is a good way to put it. No, that 1,059,000 is not owed right now. That 1,059,000 is owed over the next 20 years ratably based on agreements the town has with the cell phone companies. In contrast, the property tax receivable number, that is delinquent property taxes owed by people in town presently. That's why that number is um, not handled the same way.
All right, so my last question was that you had a statement, which I've lost now by shuffling this thing around, that there's no business position that the town has.
Oh, business type
Everything-
activities. Yes, that would be
all
that's like when you
governmental.
run a utility company for profit.
Right.
So like a lot of towns have water and sewer departments.
Can I ask my question? It's on page 5 of 49. It says the town has no business type activities, but we do have this thing called Farm Pond where we sell these passes or stickers or permission to use. We do collect the revenue and so on. Why is that not a business type activity?
Uh,
As you say, we have no business type activity.
yeah, there's a whole categories of stuff like with GASB that qualifies. Like one, it's got to be self-sufficient, 100% to qualify as an enterprise fund. Like this would be the old enterprise funds as business type funds. So it's collecting money, but is it fully self-supporting its operations?
It's
It's a
similarly
revolving fund, Jen,
in
in that case.
similarly this we have a elderly housing facility that we're charging rent for people to live in, and I thought it was self-supporting. And we heard earlier that there's actually, yeah, Why aren't those business type activities? Is what I'm saying in connection with the financial statements.
Primarily because they're set up as revolving funds as governmental activities. Um, the other activities, I understand what you're saying, but you also have to look at it of like, are all the employees paid out of there? Are all the supporting employees, like town administrator, town finance director and stuff, like, is that fine? Is it funding 100% of its operations? Like, that's one of the triggers. DOR doesn't make you do it. You could, if this is something you feel strongly about, Paul, we can turn it into a business type activity for you.
No, I'm trying to figure out, because the point was made that we don't have these. Are we better off having them? Or are we better off not having them? Is it to our advantage to not have any business activities?
I
Or
don't think
is it
there's an
to our
advantage or
advantage to have?
disadvantage either way. It's really how you want to present the financial information. That you wouldn't, I don't know of any way that you would be benefit or penalized by calling it a business type activity. The numbers are still the numbers. You know what I mean? Like, how you wouldn't magically make more revenue off from it calling it an enterprise fund. Let me put it that way. And you're not getting less money because you're not. The cost to maintain the facility wouldn't change either way. It's really more of a tracking mechanism. And as I said, like if you call it a real enterprise fund under Mass General Law, you'd have to change how you do your tax recap. Now, I have the ability to work with the town, and in your audited financials, we can call it a GASB enterprise fund. But I do want to kind of be careful, like, when you're talking about calling something an enterprise fund, it does have impacts on the tax recap and how the town votes its budget. So,
No, I don't think I would want to change anything.
So, Chad, it sounds like it's just sort of the classification of a bucket that is put in.
yeah, and that bucket it's there. Like I have some places that have opted to voluntarily with DOR call their ambulance an enterprise fund if it's self-supporting. Most towns don't. It's in a receipts reserved account like you all have it. So some of this stuff, I want to be clear, is not always it's not always one side or the other definitively. So like in the case of the housing, if you all wanted to have it segregated out like that, it could be. We would just have to look into it. And it's beyond the discussion we should be having here at this point, because I know you guys want to move on, but it is an option.
Well, again, I was just trying to see what would be most advantageous to the town, particularly like rating agencies and the like, but I'm done. My questions.
Thank you.
Good.
I'm cutting this off. Chad, thank you so much for your patience and excellent explanations in answering our questions. And I look forward to seeing you again next year.
Yes. Thank you very much for having me, and good luck on the next year, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, next up, you guys. Municipal aggregation presentation, Amelia Landau and
So, we're a little, I guess since you're a little behind schedule, we have our consultants here, are in attendance, Paul, Gromer, who's showing up there, and there's also Kim, who's their supply specialist. But in short, you had a one pager in your handout that I won't go over in the time. But in short, the current program has been very successful. We've saved money and we've stimulated more electricity from renewable energy sources. We're a greener town because of it. And it's a significant difference with doing the program. The participation is high, 90% or so. households participated in. So I think we all consider it a success. And the question is now that it is expiring, the contract we have for the supply is expiring in June, at the end of June. And so we have to go out to bid for the next round of this contract. And as you'll hear from our consultants, they'll sort of give a sense of what the market is like that we're looking for, because what we're looking for, a discussion and a little guidance about what kind of contract term we pick. 1 year, 2 year, 3 year kind of issue. And then there's a topic that was much more interest back 2 years ago about how much more renewable energy we asked for in the contract that we pick. And that the market has changed significantly since then. So that one is sort of a simpler decision. So you'll see we got what's called indicative pricing. All the bidders, the major bidders, give some initial sense of what the pricing will be over time. Paul will probably summarize it in collapsed form, but we just want to get some guidance about. We have some, when we present it, we have the committee and others. We have some sense of what we were looking at, but in terms of some recommendations. But you'll see what that is, and then we'll go into the renewable energy issue, which has changed a lot, which is going to be much better in the past. So with that, I think that's enough of a lead in for Paul to take us through that. And their company with us for years have been wonderful. And they have a part of their business that does energy supply, electricity supply, maybe yes, procurement. And that's what we're also relying on there. So, Paul, let you take it away. The time. Thanks for hanging around.
Oh, no, my pleasure. Thank you, Michael. I do have a presentation. I'll say first, I'm here with my colleague Kim Pear, we work together on these issues. I have a few slides to walk through. If it's all right, I'll share my screen and walk through those. All right, are the slides coming up okay?
Yes.
All right, so a quick agenda. So we're just going to give some background and program results to date. In the interest of time, and since Michael summarized that very well, I'll just blitz through those. And then, as Michael said, we'll talk about some issues related to the new electricity supply contract, including the price, the contract term, and as Michael said, additional renewable energy. So quick background, this is a municipal aggregation program, which is group purchasing for electricity through a town. Over 200 cities and towns have programs like this, including the larger cities like Boston, Cambridge, Worcester, Newton, and then a bunch of towns that are sort of nearby towns and similar towns to Sherborn. Quick history, authorized by town meeting in 2020, program launched in 2024, and it provides stable prices, electricity choice, clean electricity, as Michael mentioned, and we've had savings so far compared to Eversource basic service. This will become relevant later. There are 3 options within the program. There's the standard, which has additional renewable energy in it, 50% extra. There's select, which is 100% renewable energy, and basic, which has no extra renewable energy. We can see down below about 83% of the accounts in the program are on the standard, which is the one you get automatically. About 3% have chosen to opt up to the more expensive select product, and about 14% have chosen to opt down to the least expensive option. That distribution is pretty similar to what we see in other communities. This might be the most interesting slide for the moment. So this slide compares the program's price, which is in blue, to the price of Eversource basic service, which is in the orange. You can see that the Eversource price changes every 6 months, whereas the program price has been stable the entire time, and that the program price has been below Eversource basic service most of the time. This is quite a good performance. Program price, because Eversource basic service goes up and down every 6 months, can't expect to be lower all the time. If you're providing a flat price for that term, you try to beat Eversource on average, and Sherborn has done that extremely well in that regard. So this brings us to where we are tonight. As Michael said, the There are really two contracts associated with this program. One is a small one with a consulting firm like mine, and the other is a contract with an electricity supplier that provides the electricity for the program. Your current contract expires in June, and the town has to enter into a new contract by early March in order to keep the program going seamlessly. And then the reason really we're here is that an unusual thing about electricity prices is that when the bids come in, they're only good for a few hours. So someone needs to be authorized to make a decision right then during the business day. You can't bring the contract back, the bids back to a select board meeting that night or the next week to talk about them then. So we try to talk about the issues in advance, and then towns would ordinarily authorize their town administrator to select a bid and sign a contract the date the bids come in. So the first two things to look at here are price and term, which are a little bit related, but we'll talk about them separately. As Michael said, these are indicative prices, which are rough prices that we get from electricity suppliers in advance to give us a sense of the market. The prices are obviously in that column there with the numbers. For the moment, we'll ignore the slight differences between them and just compare them to two other things. So these prices are all coming in. This is the price for basic electricity, around 15 cents a kilowatt hour. If we look to the lower left at the price of Eversource Basic Service, you can see these prices compare favorably to that. They're lower than Eversource Basic Service is now, and Eversource Basic Service will change in August. The new price hasn't been announced, but if the market stays where it is now, that price is going to go up from where it is now. So these prices will compare favorably to that. If you look down below, though, and look at your current price, you'll see the prices we're seeing today are noticeably higher than the price you have now. That's in part because the market has gone up significantly in the 2 years since Sherborn did this. And that's why basic service prices are so much higher, and that's why you'll see a higher price, and other programs, other towns in the same place, they'll see higher prices too. The other reason we're seeing an increase here is that Sherborn got an astonishingly good price the last time around. Now prices are looking more like what we'd expect rather than this wonderful aberration that you had the last time. So sorry, I jumped ahead a little bit too fast. The other issue here is the term. You see we have 5 different terms there. Two things to think about there. You'll notice that the full years, 12, 24, 36 months, those prices are a little higher than 18 and 30. That's because of the seasonal differences in electricity prices. The electricity prices are the highest in the winter months. And if you have a 12-month contract or 24-month contract, you have an equal number of summers and winters. But because your contract starts in the middle of the year, if you're 18 months, for example, you get 2 summers and only 1 winter. So those higher price months are averaged over more lower cost months. So you have the option this time around to make that shift, do an odd number of months, get a little extra, get a slightly lower price. You can only do this once because then you'll be on a regular annual cycle after you do it, but that's an option for the town now and a good one to consider when prices are high as they are. And then the other thing to think about is the term of the contract, really just how long it is. So the longer the contract is, the advantage is you're providing more price stability. A slight disadvantage is there's more of a risk. More likely that prices will change, market prices will change over the term of your contract. The longer you've locked in, more chance maybe you'll get even extra savings if prices go up. But also if prices come down 2 years from now, 3 years from now, then your price would be perhaps more expensive than basic service. So that's something to consider when thinking about the term. And I know the committee talked about that a lot, and I'm sure Mike will offer the committee recommendations on that point. So that's the term. And then the other thing to discuss, which is a little bit more elaborate or complicated to explain, is additional renewable energy. So a key feature of the program is that you're providing what we call additional renewable energy, which is more than is required by the state. There's a state minimum amount, and your program, like many other similar town programs, provides more than that in order to be greener and stimulate new renewable energy. There's a couple of different possible sources of renewable energy. The one you've been buying so far is renewable energy that meets the standard that's called Massachusetts Class 1. This is basically wind and solar energy projects from within New England. it's pretty expensive. There's a real premium price for this. And the value of it has changed. When we entered the contract the last time, the expectation was that by buying extra renewable energy, the town would help to create a market demand, which would lead to the development of more renewable projects over time. That was the expectation. It's kind of basic economic principles. The world is different now, though, because of the federal government's opposition to renewable energy. So now it's much, much more difficult to build renewable projects. Fewer projects will be built for the next while. And as a result, the state doesn't even have enough renewable energy to meet the state minimum requirements. So in a world where there's not enough energy, renewable energy to even meet the minimum, trying to buy extra over and above the minimum can't spur the development of new renewable projects. So that creates a good question whether it's worth it to continue to pay that premium for the extra renewable energy. An alternative, if you still want to buy renewable energy, but maybe buy some that's less, is you could buy what's called national wind, which is wind from states like Texas and Iowa, much less expensive, about a tenth of the price. No benefit from that either in terms of spurring additional projects, but it is still renewable electricity and just a lot less expensive is the advantage there. Just to illustrate all this with numbers, this table shows what your prices might look like under a few different scenarios. And to simplify a tiny bit, we'll just focus on the first column, which is the standard product, which is 80+% of customers in the program. So the first row shows your current price, including the extra renewable energy, which is now all class 1. The second row shows what the price would be roughly if you continue the same strategy, same amount of additional renewable energy, continued to buy class 1. That would bump up the price quite a lot, and you can see it would make it more expensive than Eversource Basic Service down below, which is you can do, but you wouldn't be getting any savings if you did that. The third row, shows what the price would be if you were to buy National Wind instead of Massachusetts Class 1. Much less expensive. You could buy just as much of that, and you'd still be you'd be paying less and be below the Eversource Basic Service price. Again, not a great benefit from buying that National Wind, but not much cost to it either. The final row just shows if you were to decide, well, we don't see any benefit from buying renewable energy right now, given the world we're living in today. Let's not buy any extra at all. Then you would go to basically a one-option program, which would be equivalent to your current basic option, no extra renewable energy, but the lowest price you could offer at the moment. So that's a lot to go through fast. But I wanted just to get through it, and I can answer questions, or Michael or Amelia or others who are here from the committee can take it.
Michael.
Yeah, I would go back, thank you. It's a little more confusing actually even for me, but if you go back to the slides of the actual prices, the indicative prices. Okay. The task here, this is one of the biggest decisions, is picking the term. What we basically, when we looked at this as a group, the issues that came up were how often do you want to go to the market to do this versus it looks fairly stable going out over the 3 years, as you can see. And it comes down to one's view of the future of whether in 3 years from now, the market will be better, things might be different, or who knows what'll happen in 2 years. It's all up in the air. Plus, I guess Alden mentioned there's a little bit of uncertainty in the current pricing because it's a new program that the suppliers have to meet to maintaining a certain capacity. And that has introduced maybe, I guess I was surprised, a 0.5 cent or a cent issue. But the question is what I get some feedback is whether we feel like we want to just go out further, just to have the stability and avoid any price spikes. Same time, maybe something will fall and it'll look higher, or do you take your chance and do, who knows, 2 years? And who knows what the market will be like then? It might be a little more settled on one issue. Who knows what on the other? But that's some feedback. We generally were tending in our discussions, which went a lot, generally tending towards the longer term perspective of the sort of 30 or 36. I'm separating this issue of the 6-month thing, that little half-cent difference there first. I just wanted to sense a term. Yes, I'll stop there and then we can go on to that issue of term.
All right, we'll do Mary and then Jeff, then Paul.
Yeah, I just want to add a wrinkle to that. Whenever we started this program in Sherborn, there was no talk of large data centers eating up electricity and driving up costs. And I don't know how much of that is hype and how much of it is real, but that's a variable that we haven't had to take into account before. And I'm wondering if that's part of your thinking. If that is a factor, it would make sense to go for a longer term, right?
Yeah, I don't know, Paul, what's Paul's perspective? I guess if you want to ask him that. Okay.
Yeah, so it's certainly an important issue, and exactly that is causing many folks to think electricity prices are more likely to go up from here than not, and so causing many to, like people in my business, to recommend a longer term. Personally, I mean, I can see that, but I can also see opportunities for prices to drop if the economy weakens, for example, that reduces demand for electricity. That will cause prices to go down. I do think there's kind of a lot of risk either way. With regard to data centers in particular, although that's a huge issue nationally, maybe less of an issue for us in New England than it is in some other places. So an important thing to think about, but my view is it's still kind of risky either way, that if you go out, prices could go up, could go down, and people like me would love to be able to tell you, well, I think it's going to do X, but I think it's uncertain is what it is.
Jeff.
So I have a question. It's not in your slides, but it's in this handout that you gave us. I'm sure you can address it, but basically all the new users in the last year picked Sherborn Basic. In the table that I'm looking at, the Sherborn Standard Plan had 1,158 users in January and 1,151 at the end of the year, so they lost 7 in that plan. Sherborn Select had 47 at the beginning of the year, 48 at the end, but Sherborn Basic went from 195 to 255. So all the new users are picking the Sherborn Basic. So I'm not sure we need to put as much emphasis on renewable energy, not only due to Washington, but people seem to be more cost conscious in going to the basic plan. I mean, that's not. I mean, it's almost every single new user is in the basic plan.
Right. I'll just sort of say when we get to that issue that the additionality of any is going to be very small. Anyway, this time there's a 2-cent difference to go between the basic service and the default standard.
Well, but they're voting with their feet, Michael.
That's all right. I'm just saying to you that in the end, when we pick the prices, the difference between basic and standard is going to be, in our recommendation, is minuscule. It's only like 1/10 of a cent, whereas before it was 2 cents. So people are voting with their feet and facing a big difference. Whereas now, the difference between what might be the basic and the default is going to be like 1/10 of a cent. It's going to be minuscule. So we can come to the discussion of how many different prices we give, but in the end, we're recommending that.
I'm not asking the pricing issue. I'm asking the demographics issue. In other words, are those everyone that moved into town, every single user that signed up in new user in 2025 went for the basic plan?
Will also change.
I think, yeah, if I could jump in, I can see how you would draw that conclusion from the numbers, but that's not actually what happened. So it's the case that we had customers migrate from the standard to the basic, but those aren't the new ones necessarily. What happened is that some number of customers migrated from standard to basic. New customers are coming in all the time as customers move into town. And I think it would be fair to say, I don't think there's any I could look them all up one by one, but I don't think there's any reason to think that it's the new customers who are all flowing to the basic. It's that some number of people are joining.
You could research it. I completely disagree with what you just said.
Well, what difference?
Because the other numbers didn't change. The standard and the select were essentially flat over the course of the year.
Yeah, but I think what he's saying is that,
I know it could be up. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it's correct.
Well, whatever it is, I'm not sure it makes a difference in what we're about to discuss. That's all I'm going to say to you. So we could talk about that and get more information on
It makes a difference if all the new users are picking one plan, that I wouldn't focus on renewable energy.
in terms of what we're talking about.
It might also not be new users. It might also be users who
Households.
unenrolled with the program when it became more expensive than Eversource's basic rate. So
I don't know, but this is a pretty important fact, I think, and it seems like we're blowing it off. So you keep going with your presentation. I'm not happy.
Well, just wondering what difference it would make to you in terms.
It makes a difference who our plans are targeting. If I'm right and all the new plans are going to the basic, I'm not going to waste time fussing with the other plans if everyone's going to go with that. Most people are in the Sherborn standard, so that's been whatever it is, roughly 75% of the households. But there's a problem here with the fact that anyone that changed in the course of the year went with the basic, I think.
Let's revisit that once we get through the process of just getting the feedback on what kind of term we want to do and what sort of renewable.
I think that's the exact opposite of the order in which I would do it. I think this would cause you to change how you address the questions you just mentioned.
How would it affect your decision on this? How would that affect us trying to decide what term of contract that we pick?
Well, if everyone's migrating in that direction, we might have to factor it into what we want in our portfolio, what we want in the Sherborn standard, for example.
Yes, but standards, all of them have the same basic service. All of our options have.
No, but you could choose lower renewable energy and have the prices be closer.
We're not going to have much renewables, if anything. I don't think you'll have a problem when you look at the amount of renewable energy, but we still have to get through.
I think you're jumping the gun a little bit here.
All right, I don't agree, but that's fine.
So I'm very much in favor, based on information I had before this meeting, to go with a longer term contract. And all you're talking about is 3 years. I would try to opt for something like 10 years, 5 years, 10 years, if you can get it. So the question is, can you get it? Can you get longer than 3 years? Or are we capped? Is there a law that says you can't
That's a good question.
buy for more than 3?
Paul?
You can get longer than 4. Longer than 3. I don't think the market will give you much longer than 3. But I know one community has gone for 4. It's not common in this industry, but I think you could probably get 4. I don't think you could get 10. I don't think anyone would bid it, because from the supplier perspective, there's just too much risk for them about what would happen to electricity prices in the future.
That's why I want 10 years.
What did you see in the 4-year case? Was it much different than the 3?
I don't think it was much different in price. I think that community, the people making the decision, had a high degree of confidence that electricity prices were going up, so they wanted to lock in at current price, for as long as they could do it.
So, okay.
Mary.
I just wanted to say that I thought this was an excellent presentation. So clear and so concise. And if I understand correctly, we're not making this decision tonight. You're going to present this to the town again with the options, or
no,
we are making it tonight?
Yeah, we are going to be authorizing Jeremy to make a decision within
we
hours.
are authorizing
Yes.
Jeremy.
What's up there? So let's say these are the choices you had right now to pick for the basic and the majority cost that we're going to face in this program going forward. I mean, the prices came in exactly like this.
Right.
What you see there, what we batted around. Which one would you pick?
Well, if people still have a choice between basic
No,
and,
no, they had, you still have the.
Yeah, we're,
I
By
see.
way- That's different.
By way of the length of the contract.
Yeah.
It sounds like.
Right now-
Only the length.
yeah, right now, we should really just focus on the length
Right,
of the.
oh, okay,
of the
great.
The
note.
question is,
30 or
and you do a straw poll, you could say, which one would you pick? I mean, we were batting it around, we went all over it, every one of them. And people seemed the majority, I was thinking a little more short, but I think a majority of people at the time were looking at the 30 or the 36 month.
Right, so,
But I guess it would be interesting to get feedback. Your elected officials, whether you guys want to speak on behalf of the town and your constituents as to what you think
I
makes
go
sense to you.
36 or 48.
Okay, well, we know where you stand then.
Well, but you made the point that the 18 and 30 months are really not comparative because they're not a full summer in them.
Right, but-
So the prices aren't very
But you
different.
would still actually be locking in that price for 30 months.
Right, you would get the benefit of that little.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd
but
be I'd be tempted if it's like a half a cent. Or.
I mean, at the end of
I would go
3
with the 30, for example, or we could save that to another
I mean,
time.
not to be overly reductionist, but I would just pick the lowest number on the screen, which is 30 months. That's, I don't, and if the bids actually come in and the 30-month price isn't the lowest, then, I think Jeremy would have to make an executive decision in the moment, but it's like, if 36 months was actually pretty favorable or 24 was significantly better, then I'd probably do that. But, I do tend to prefer the 30 to 36 month term. And then essentially choosing between those two, if one of them clearly has, a notable price difference, then choose the lower one. But if they're pretty close, then to choose the longer term. That's probably how I would work it.
And if 24 was less,
If the 24 was much less, then I would probably,
I don't think it'll be that. But
yeah, right. But yeah, I mean, I guess part of it, I don't know, Paul, do you feel like in terms of the federal, political environment, usually midterm elections will swing the opposite way that the presidential does. Does that tend to have an effect on energy prices, or is it really more just the executive branch that has an effect on the energy prices, or neither?
Yeah, well, great question. So the federal government has had a big impact on the availability of renewable energy, for sure. In terms of these prices, the actions of the federal government don't have as direct an impact. They might have taken action today about what projects are going to get built, but those projects are going to come online for 2-3 years from now. So the impact of those actions is probably outside the time horizon that we're looking at here. State actions have a bigger impact within this time horizon.
Talking
If
about
I may
coal,
interject, if I
going
may
back to
interject
coal.
a comment.
Yes, Frank.
So I think the question that we're asking of you is to give us a perspective of, or Jeremy, the one who will be sitting in the room making the decision, what is the most important aspect for you? Is it to keep the price as low as possible for the rate? Is the term the most important, that we keep a stable number, whether it be a half a cent higher or lower, do we want a short term because things could change so much that you feel things might change so much, or do you want to keep it longer? So those perspectives will help make that decision when it comes to that time that those decisions need to be made. So that's why I think we're asking you about the term, and then showing you the amounts of money on that. 14.6 versus 14.7 isn't very great difference. For that matter, 14.6 and 15.0 is not very much difference. But so that's why I think we're looking more at the term in terms of your thoughts on that. But if there's big number changes, obviously one should look at that as well. So that's where I think we're looking for your guidance. As no, I don't care. Whatever's the cheapest, that's what we want, however long we get it, or no, we want it as long as possible at the lowest possible price, et cetera, et cetera. You get the idea. So if, that's what I think we would like for you to answer.
So
So
the
what do you
reason
guys
why I
think?
support longer is because of supply and demand. That everything I've read, everything, all the meetings I've sat in and discussed this, believe that the demand for electricity is going to exceed the available supply. And supply used to include all these recyclables. But now that we're going to coal and we're shutting down the windmills and all of that kind of stuff, it's easy to, for me, to give credibility to those who say that supply will be harder to meet demand. And whenever you have, it's basic economics, when there isn't enough supply, prices go up. So therefore, it's quite likely that over the next 3-4 years, it's going to go up. It costs more.
One competing factor of that is everyone's putting solar in their houses, so they're also consumers and suppliers in one household. So what's one thing that's caused some of the fluctuation has been, I went to the solar eclipse in Syracuse, New York. I can show you the graph of the moments of electricity generation from home solar cells for a 3-minute period or whatever. It plummeted. So you had a big idea of how much electricity was provided by not only individual homes, but all the solar panels you see all over, on larger installations. So it's not just, Seabrook and things like that we're pricing it on, but I think it's an artificial, whatever period we're paying for is going to, if it only includes one summer, I think the distinction between 30 months and 36 is a misnomer, because the next time we renew, if we renew for 30 months again, we'll have more summer months. The price is basically 15 cents a kilowatt hour, the way I look at it.
We are trying to adjust a somewhat controversial budget. I do think that, any cents that we can get off the dollar is, preferable. I think if you can take advantage of this one-time.
It's not I disagree with that, Amelia. It's not a one-time thing, because as soon as you renew after 30 months, you're going to be having a summer period. It's whatever periods you pick.
Against the tax levy again.
We wouldn't do it for another 30 months. You'd be stuck on an annual schedule. That's what I'm really saying is that.
Not succeeding in making my points tonight.
Once, then after that, you can't get. And so, but what's your
Wait. Let's back up, because so are you saying that if we go 30 months, our next renewal period, our only options will be increments of 12 months?
Yes, most likely, because if
Yeah.
you did anything differently, you're gonna have 2 winters in 1 summer.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be.
Right.
That's what I mean. It's not, it's an artificial distinction.
It
Yeah,
is.
right. It is an artificial distinction, but I guess the point is that if we choose the 30-month time period here, that'll be 3 summers and 2 winters, right? So you
Yes.
would have 2 winters during which you would have locked in a lower rate, right? So you would get 2 winters of advantage. You wouldn't gain that back or lose or whatever the next time that we
Depends on what, it's just what, if you renew for an odd number of summers versus winters, it's always going to have that effect.
Yeah, but I think I think the issue right now is that we're in the middle of winter, right?
Yeah,
And so,
just have this one-time option.
yeah,
Right.
And it's not clear that it's worth taking now. Paul, I think, recommends we just take it now. If it's as much as a half cent difference, I'd probably say take it now.
Yeah.
If it's much less than that, I'd probably say, oh, maybe we'll see another time. But I'd still come back to you, Jeff, about what do you think about the term and that broader issue, like it's the way Frank worded it was wonderful.
and I guess if we wanted to look at 48-month terms, like when we go out to bid, would we just ask for 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, 42, and 48? Or
Yes.
do we take the 12 and 18 off of the table? Just ask for more, simply ask for more, yeah. Okay, so I guess because of Paul DeRentz's request, I think we should ask for more, right?
Do that.
Right, that shouldn't affect the bids that we get for the shorter times, right?
Correct.
So
I don't think we should ask for the shorter months. It sounds like we're on a fishing expedition, and we're probably either going to do 30 months or up to 48 months. I don't think we're going to do.
It's just a matter of whether we include 24 or not. We're probably not going to go with 24, so it doesn't
The issue
matter.
here is what periods you pick on and expanding it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a good use of the time right now as opposed to,
yeah,
what term do you think? I mean, if we had.
Generally favor longer. If the price is.
Right, if there was a
Generally,
48-month
that's-
one at 15, would you guys all go for that?
If it can be
I
held
would.
at 15, I would go for a longer for 48.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So
Yeah,
the stability and
that's
a
good
certain like that
Yeah.
is important.
yeah. So I would say let's ask for up to 48 months in 6-month increments. And so long as out to 48 months, that the estimate, the bids are around 15 cents, or essentially that there isn't a dramatic increase at 42 or 48 months to go for the longer term, and then choosing between the half-year offset. I would say probably if it's a half a cent or more to go for the cheaper price, and if it's less than a half a cent to go for the longer term.
Okay, that makes,
That-
the only catch to that, I mean, it makes sense. I generally agree with that. Is the issue of, as Paul mentioned, that you don't know how the market's gonna go as to whether prices will fall, if the economy weakens, what things change. We all fear higher prices, but that's not necessarily, let's say, what people in the business seem to necessarily think, especially possibly in New England, because we already face high prices for various reasons. That we have to face the issue of if Eversource's basic service, falls below our number by more than a half a cent or something like that, which seems unlikely. Paul could comment on that people would not maybe be happy if they even notice it. They might not appreciate the fact that we're giving them long-term stability
Yeah.
in exchange for the fact that, okay, sometimes we're going to be maybe significantly higher. And that's just the decision we made. I don't think it's a big deal because a half a cent or a cent is only about, we're paying, let's say, over 30 cents a kilowatt hour. So 1 cent is 3%. So in the end, it's not a big number.
Yeah.
But it's people emotionally.
Yeah. But I mean, if that happens, then we get burned, and then we alter our behavior in the future, right? I mean,
Okay.
right now, I think that we all probably feel like, dang, why didn't we go to 36 months the first time around, right? Because
Well, I'm sure we had that.
Well, I would like to, I hear a consensus building. I'd like to ask Paul to repeat his suggestion as a motion.
No,
I mean, you,
no, I would.
We don't necessarily need a motion, we don't need a
Yeah.
vote.
oh,
I'm getting-
okay.
We're getting a good sense of what.
Oh,
I
okay.
think you've got your sense of it, and
Yeah.
The motion that is necessary is to authorize Jeremy
that's
to
what.
make decisions.
Yes.
Yes.
Based on the results of
Yeah.
the competitive.
but we're not finished yet, so we're not making a motion right now.
Okay, so we have a sense of the basic price, this basic cost that will come through the program. If, I guess it's very unlikely that the prices come in so high that we wouldn't want to opt for any of them. But the next issue is the renewable energy.
Yeah.
The consensus, although it was batted around quite a while, and I guess also and it's my really that purchasing additional renewable energy credits, especially the high quality class 1, does not lead to any additionality, as Paul was. I guess I'll say it more definitively. He might say it that it could, but contradict me after this. But that I don't think it's worth spending any extra money, that it's more important to keep the price of electricity down, partially for affordability, as well as to promote heat pumps and other kind of things that are part of the dealing with climate change. And so so therefore, I'd say that it's not worth buying this class one option because it's very expensive. It doesn't.
Class one, by class one, you mean Sherborn Select, 100%.
And the Massachusetts class
Right.
category of
I
wind
see.
and solar.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, got
Which
it.
was,
It's what we bought a lot of for the Sherborn standard.
Right.
But the controversial topic, it's a little bit more of whether you buy these other kind of wind credits. That, for example, if we had a price of 15 cents and you wanted to boost our clean energy content on paper to close to 100%, including the portfolio that the Massachusetts requires and adding, let's say, 30% from this wind option, it might add, that's what I couldn't understand, Paul, when you did this, but I thought it would only add about a 30%. Would that add more than 1/10 of a cent?
So, I mean, I rounded a little bit, but if we focus on the third row down, you can see that like the no extra renewables would be 14.7 just in the rounded numbers I used. So I put in 0.2 of a cent to get to 50% extra of the national wind, and then 0.3 of a cent to get to the 100%.
Okay, so it's just a small amount. So if we were doing less,
Minimus, yeah.
1/10 of a cent on 14 is not very much. I personally don't think that 1/10 of a cent is necessarily worth it, but I think there's some value to it because, as Amelia has brought up, is that it helps with our accounting to the state.
can you explain?
Yeah, it does count for our progress towards decarbonization goals. The most, I guess, significant contribution there is that the Green Communities Program, in order to qualify to be designated, the third criterion is to have a 20% reduction from baseline of greenhouse gas emissions within 5 years, and adopting some kind of renewable energy component to municipal aggregation is one of the major ways that municipalities have been able to reach that criterion. I haven't run the exact numbers on whether doing that would negate that, but it's definitely a risk that we would run, as well as just for other programs showing that we are willing to kind of clarify the Department of Energy Resources priorities when it comes to trying to expand the New England renewable portfolio.
It would, the additional cost of 1/10 of a cent, for example, maybe $15,000 for the whole town here, which is relatively small. It shows a little sign that's explained. But it's not a lot of money compared to the potential funding of showing that we're meeting targets and getting grants for green communities or this, that, and the others of the committee as a whole. And it seemed was willing to add something like 30% more renewables based on the wind recs. That would only get maybe 1/10 of a cent or so more. And that would be like the Sherborn Select. And the basic price for people to pick if they wanted to would just be 1/10 of a cent less. And we were deciding that maybe it would be best for the program continuity to still have the three prices. And we'd have the basic, it might be, let's say, 15. We'd get a price of 15 cents for the basic. And then select the standard, that would be the default, might be 15.1 because it has a little of the renewables. And then Sherborn Select might have an extra, go a little bit higher on the, there might be 15.2 or 3 or 4, something like that.
So if we were to choose the national wind option, when the bids come in with the incremental increases, would those also be variable from bid to bid, or would it be pretty set?
Pretty set. So Paul can answer, I guess. Sorry.
Yeah, the prices for those wind recs are pretty consistent across suppliers.
Okay.
I want to go back to my first question, which is which customer groups. Unless there's zero cost to offer Sherborn Select, I would eliminate Sherborn Select. 3% of our users are in Sherborn Select. So I don't want to govern a decision based on 3% of all the residences in town being.
But Sherborn Select is an option, so those.
I know, but listen to what I said. If it costs money to offer the Sherborn Select plan, I would not offer it. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
it doesn't cost money to offer it.
I don't know if it does. There may be administrative costs or other things associated with negotiating those.
No.
Well, whatever it is,
No,
but
the extra cost is just to the people who choose it.
I understand that, but there's probably costs of having to bill separately or to put together a portfolio that includes Sherborn Select. That's 3% of our users are in that category, which is none. And all the new users are going to Sherborn Basic.
Ask Paul whether there's any additional cost to having.
I can't hear you that well, Michael.
Oh, Paul, do you answer whether there's any
Yes, no,
additional cost to having the options?
right. There's no additional cost to the town or to the program to having the three options. The only additional cost would be to the customers who chose the Sherborn Select. They would pay a higher price, but there's no other cost.
I don't believe that to be true. You have to negotiate those additional renewable sources, huh?
Where would the cost?
Well, you're securing additional, making contracts with additional generation that are renewables. How are you getting, the portfolio is a larger portfolio and they have to negotiate with more renewable suppliers. There has to be a cost to adding them. Well, all right, I'm not going to argue anymore. I think the Sherborn Select is a waste of time.
Okay, we got your message.
I believe in renewable energy, but
It doesn't sound like you do, Jeff.
I'm going by the people and what they're buying. I'm going by our customers. 3% of our customers are in Sherborn Select, and every brand new customer we got in the last year went with Sherborn Basic.
But Jeff, the consultants that we have engaged to tell us are telling you that there's no additional cost to the town. I know how much
I
you
heard
love
that.
consultants.
I heard that.
You always want consultants to tell us what to do, and the consultant is telling us there's no additional cost to the town. And you're saying, I don't believe you.
I don't believe him.
But I don't understand where you think the cost is.
Let's not dwell on it. I'm done.
all right.
I've said what I said, but we're missing some major points here in my view tonight. It's fine.
Bottom line comes back to whether you accept or have any feedback about this concept of the fact that we would have still leaning towards the three prices just for program continuity, given that next time when we have this program, 3 years, but who knows what, that you'll still have the same three prices there so people could see it. I mean, we've discussed having only one or two prices. And I think there was sort of a sense, I don't know, Paul can comment again, whether there's some logic to just keeping the same things, even if they're very close together. It just has a sort of meaning there. And
I mean, in my opinion, I don't know if I'm missing the point, but the whole point is to have the reasons. That's the entire point of this program, right? Because the whole point is to have the choices to have more renewable energy. I mean, I know, Jeff, you think that it's pointless to have Sherborn Select. I'm in Sherborn Select. I'm one of those households.
I think I might be also, but my point is every brand new customer chose the basic. Okay, every brand new customer. So I'm going by the demand. That's what I'm going by.
let's hear a strong signal from everybody else besides Jeff.
Yeah.
I think we would stick, and I think Paul would agree that there's some nice continuity in that we will stay with the three prices.
Yeah.
Unless the majority of you felt that you didn't want to
I
have.
think we stick with the three prices, but we go with the national wind option because it really sounds like nobody thinks that there's any point in the Massachusetts Class 1.
Right. You could argue that
So-
there is also value to it, even though there's.
I would agree with that.
But okay. And so doing this kind of little 10-cent differences and adding on this, the default is something that makes sense to you, and that we will go along with what we were basically came out of our meeting amongst ourselves.
Yeah. And I think that we're going to ask for up to 48 months, and then so long as the bids are pretty consistent between 3 and 4 years, to essentially go for the longer term. And then if there's a half a cent difference, to choose whatever is the half a cent cheaper option.
Does that sound good, Paul?
I mean, that sounds great. Those are clear instructions and we'll follow through with them.
When's the bid happen?
I think we're in the process of setting the date, but over the next few weeks.
Okay.
It'll probably be February
Week after.
25th.
Week after the
Okay.
school break.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we're done with this, can I make the motion to authorize the town administrator to make?
I think so. There's no other decision to make, right?
No, and it's only if you have other questions about the program.
Okay.
That's it.
Please make your motion.
So I move that we authorize our town administrator to make the decision on the spot as the bids come in within the time period allowed by the bids regarding the best program to work best for the town of Sherborn, given the input they've had from the board and the recommendation.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Hi.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. That was great. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll have some fun. Yes. Thanks, Paul, for waiting.
Thank you, Paul.
Good night.
Okay, oh my God. Okay, what do we
Yeah,
have?
much left. I'm seeing.
Review, discussion of draft warrant articles for 2026 annual town meeting. We do have an updated version of the warrant here that was passed out by Diane. So, I guess, I don't know, Jeremy, do you want to take us through this
Sure, yes.
as efficiently as possible?
Yeah. Anticipate bringing this back to you at your next meeting, for an actual vote on the warrant language. I just wanted to get it before you, to have you have some time to
Yeah.
discuss this meeting if you wish, or, prior to your next meeting. But there's 17 articles, no citizens petitions. Most of the articles are routine business of town meeting. With the exception of warrant article 14, which is the land acquisition committee. You've discussed and vetted some of that language previously. Transpose that into the warrant draft. Then there are two articles proposed by the planning board. One modifying the stormwater land disturbance bylaw, and the other general modifications to the zoning bylaws.
I have an edit to that.
What's that?
I have an edit to that.
Okay, good. And you'll note in this draft, to make it clear what we talked about what's below the line in the warrant, to make it abundantly clear this year, there's, at the end, there's a supplement that has on the table.
Oh, look at that.
So those are clearly
All below the line.
below the line, or literally below your signature on the warrant, so.
We didn't get any citizens articles, right?
From the last time that you saw the draft warrant, did remove the personnel administration plan updates. That the personnel board was not able to use to be able to recommend any changes. So we've pulled that warrant article. So
Do we want to discuss some of the articles or?
Yeah, I mean, we should. Is your intention for us to kind of go through article by article? At least we can kind of skip the final ones, but at least
I
some
want
of
to get
the.
your input as far as
Yeah.
the layout of the order of these articles. Like the order is presented, do you want to shuffle some
That's
around?
right. We're allowed to move things around, right?
Your general take as far as the language of the articles. And
Well, they make a consent agenda. Sometimes we
Right.
bundle them, don't we, by consent agenda?
Yeah, that's usually the moderator basing the decision on.
Yeah, but it's easier if they're not back and forth.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, if we can cluster the ones that are likely to be consented together. That's a good point. And all right.
But usually we had the operating budget list, Article 3. Now we're moving it down to 8.
No, the operating budget's usually
it's, I don't think that's true, because these are the 1 through 7 are consent agenda.
Yeah.
Oh, one there, that's one vote, I think.
Yeah.
So those are standard items that we do every.
yeah.
The ones I didn't understand are the rescinding of the bar 9 and 10.
yeah, so those are two that you haven't seen regularly. So
Yeah,
there is Treasurer Cam has suggested that we bring forward these articles to rescind a balance in appropriation that is not. So now that the library project is completed, there's a surplus of appropriation voted.
Okay, all right.
Not borrowed.
Yeah, I was, okay,
Like to
That's
get
good.
that off the books.
yeah, all right. I just want to understand that.
That's one of the project, library expansion project, and then there was a project in other housing, might have been for those that has a surplus of appropriation.
So those two should be one article. We usually most towns put an article in to rescind borrowing generically. And then below the line, you have these two. And if you find something else out there that we can rescind, you can add it the night of town meeting even,
Okay, I like that.
rather than having a whole series of articles.
So yeah, so 9 and 10 you can combine into a single rescinding borrowing.
Yeah,
Then we get down to
And
an
then you
even
said,
number
so,
of
so,
16.
so then Paul, the specific numbers, 843, 921 and 25,000 would be below the line.
Yeah,
So then, so essentially it would say something like rescinding borrowing generically, but then,
and see if the town will vote to rescind borrowing
Okay.
previously authorized, but
one question on one of the earlier articles, so stabilization funds. Are we're probably going to be planning to use some funds from stabilization this year, right?
this is an appropriation to stabilization.
Yeah.
This is not a use of stabilization.
Oh, okay.
If you were to use stabilization, say you wanted to do a capital stabilization, that would be motion under the fund
in
account.
that
Okay.
particular item, yeah.
Okay, so that would still be in probably the
Even when it's still next year, yeah.
This is raising and appropriating
Yeah.
more money.
No, I'm just trying to decide what, like
Article
you said,
7, yeah, yeah.
combine all the consent things together. Because
The
then,
next agenda, item, some suggestions for you to discuss as far as.
sure. So do we think rescinding borrowing probably also goes into consent?
If we did that, I think so, but I would then move it ahead of the budget maybe,
Yeah,
because then it could all be
yeah, right.
1 through,
1 through 8, then we'll
Yeah.
consent.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A question on a few of these articles, the proponent or sponsor is in parentheses, select board for the advisory committee?
It's always because it's the select board's warrant.
Yeah.
That's how we've always written it.
Yeah. Other than citizens petitions, it's
Other
always
than-
select
yeah.
board for somebody else.
Okay,
Or
Yeah, that's who-
why isn't it just select board? Since
because-
when does the advisory?
Yeah, because it's like, who is the actual primary sponsor of the article? You know, so like the planning board things, like, we're not sponsoring that, that's the planning board's article, you know.
So you want the rescind article
Sure.
as 1, and then you want that article 8.
Correct. So then the budget
Okay.
would then be,
Now, I don't understand Article 12 at all. I don't know what that is, a non-recurring substantial equipment. This is a
Yeah.
Sean creation?
yeah, I think those are the sort
This
of
last year, these are the items,
non-capital.
that are below $25,000 in value.
You have to look at the chart. If you look at the chart, it explains.
Yeah.
Budget committee was debated the last couple of years, and your last town meeting is that carried forward.
Jeff, if you look at the page 7 in the actual warrants, go back to the warrant,
Oh,
go to the very last page, page 7.
Handful of items.
You see that the chart that says.
oh, okay, I missed this.
So it's a whole bunch of small stuff.
So it's really how we fund those things, though.
Yeah, they're all gonna be free cash. But they're not technically capital, so they shouldn't go into the capital improvement plan.
Huh. Let's go back and look at that.
I mean, as far as the wording of the warrant goes, in Article 12, it might be good to somehow non-recurring substantial services expended over the town of Sherborn, i.e. expenditures below 25,000. So people just it makes sense to people otherwise.
If you prefer, it's your warrant. If you prefer to have this all as part of the capital article.
No, because if we've set out,
This was,
Yeah.
a concession.
yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, if we've set our capital threshold to be 25,000 and these things are all below 25,000, then we shouldn't call them capital.
Oh, I agree, but just to explain why equipment here is,
Yeah, but I don't know that Article 12 is even necessary. How, don't we usually just fund these? I mean, why are we calling them, they're not capital, but they're substantial equipment, supplies? That seems to imply that it's a big deal. They're not. These are minor, you know,
Well, the other option would,
fire hose nozzle replacement,
Yeah.
$20,000.
but the other option would be to fund them out of the operating
I
budget,
think that makes more sense to me.
but that would be a
No
tax.
capacity. But
Yeah.
currently,
Well,
That would be adding $100,000 to the tax levy, and we're over the levy limit.
well, we're funding it. Where are you funding it from then? Are we
Free
doing?
cash.
I would suggest leaving off the word substantial. I think Jeff made a good point, or somebody
Yeah.
made a good, Marion made a good point. The substantial to me is like $1 million, 2 million, 3
Yeah,
million. But
these are nozzles for
these
the
aren't
fire.
substantial.
Want to take substantial out?
Yeah,
Yeah, you could
absolutely.
say just non-recurring equipment, supplies and services, and you could say maybe in parentheses, or even not even parentheses, below the capital threshold of $25,000.
And so we'll fund them with free cash.
Yeah,
Okay,
just so people know that that's why they're being separated out.
yeah, that would do it.
okay.
But that's the key, is that this is the only way that we can buy stuff with free cash, is by having it as an article.
Okay. I guess that's our new environment.
Yeah, no, if
Yeah, I hear what you're
we
saying.
had still $1.5 million in the excess levy capacity, then Sean would just be like, yeah, I need another 50,000 in my maintenance budget this year, or equipment budget this year, and he would get his $50,000 in his line, and then he would buy it out of that, but then he would have that $50,000 in perpetuity.
So I have a minor edit to 16.
All right, before we get to 16, let's go vaguely in order of the warrant, so we're not jumping around. So we're okay with capital, we're now okay with that thing. Regional capital expense is pretty straightforward, right? Because last year we did the same thing, right? We had a separate for capital. Was there anything about Article 14? You had highlighted that in your opening presentation, but is there anything that we need to decide about Article 14 right now?
I believe so. I think we've tried to transpose what, your previous discussion was as far as the wording.
Okay.
Yeah, the new language is in paragraph 2 on the next page. So this is the old language, takes up bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3. And the new language, it was proposed revision charge changes underlined. That's what you should be focusing on.
Yes.
So you're saying we should basically remove item 1, but not say what the old way was?
No, I'm just trying to
Reverse the order.
make this thing move a little faster. Because if you start reading this, you're going to say, well, why didn't we change this? Why didn't we change that? And then after we finish that discussion, then we get to the fact that we actually did change already. So we weren't talking about the thing we're proposing. What's proposed is to be adopted as,
So we could get rid of the subsection 1 of Article 14.
Yes,
Because the subsection 2 has the original language with the underline,
we
right?
could put it below the line, yeah.
yeah, I agree.
Don't you think?
Say
I think it was added just for clarity. This is this was what it was, this is what it's gonna be.
But you
Pay
can put it,
printing costs.
But it shows both under section 2. It shows the non-underlined is what it was. And the underlined is just the changes, right?
Yeah, I think it's clear enough with just section 2 with the underline,
Yeah.
because we haven't taken
Changes are what,
things substantial out.
changes what is underlined, not what it,
Right.
Yeah,
so we could do it italic also, what that.
We're just saying we don't need section 1
Okay.
because that's already included in section 2 with additional wording underlined.
I guess one thing, Jeannie, if you do that, because in the current section 1, sort of like subsection 3, where it says to be available to the relevant boards and committees, blah, 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 that's essentially being eliminated, right?
It is, right,
Right.
Yes.
So if we are to condense it, I would leave that in, but make it strike through.
Yeah, that
Just so
makes
that's
sense.
right.
Yeah, just so people can see that that's being deleted. Yeah.
That makes sense.
It's there as paragraph 4, paragraph IV, Roman numeral. To act as liaison on other town boards. and
Yeah, but
committees.
that's different language. The original says to be available to the relevant boards and committees.
Well, actually, that's the new language. I think he's probably taking the old 3 and it becomes the new 4.
Yeah, but it's been changed.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So I would strike it out.
All right, I'll put it in with the strike.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we get down 3 pages. You can suck you in. Yes.
All right. Article 15. Now this is the one where we're like, we're not printing the entire thing here, right? It says you can find the set with town clerk if you want.
And if that's been vetted with town council.
Right.
It's used as in other communities, so comfortable with that approach. Actually quite similar to what you, special legislation. Follows. Okay.
Is there a reason that that's in italics? Article 15.
But
The name of the select board for
Oh,
planning board.
yours is different than mine.
Oh,
Wait.
really?
There's a new version.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I got the new version.
But I have 2 copies of the new version.
I think Diane gave everybody a new version.
No, I
Better
have
know
2
where mine
copies.
was.
I have 2 copies of it. No, I didn't take yours. I have 2. I have 2 because she gave me one at lunchtime today and one tonight. I didn't take yours.
Somebody took mine, but it's okay, guys. It's okay.
It's all good.
It's all good.
I think it's
I don't think we're gonna go to a second night this year.
All right, now we're on 16, Paul.
Okay. So let me tell you the problem and how I propose to fix it. The problem is that if you look at Article 16, the line, if you will, is select board for the planning board, and everything below that is below the line. And what's below the line is this long zoning article. So that's not part of the article.
Yeah, I see what you're
You
saying.
get this long text here, so you can either say the text is on file with the town clerk and get rid of all of that, or you can alternatively say in the article itself, before the last semicolon, as set forth below. Say, so see the town will vote to amend the Sherborn bylaws, blah, 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 as set forth below. And then you have the proposed amendment.
Yeah.
So you either put the amendment in above the line, essentially,
Mm-hmm.
or you have it at the town clerk's office. But this tries to do both and doesn't do either.
But we could move also the select board for the planning board to the end, right above Article 17 at the very end.
You could do that too.
I like having this because it sort of explains what what we're changing. It's not that many changes that you need to send them to the website to figure out. We're deleting low and moderate income apartments.
Either works for me. All I'm saying is right now it's not
The changes are
legal.
pretty minor though. Daycare center use is permissive. Now, I don't know how, I think it meant permitted, but it says permissive. Instead, it's called allowed. But yeah,
May I just interject here, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Frank Cook, co-chair planning board. I don't know, I don't see what you have in front of you, what you're looking at. But the idea was to have a shortened explanation for each of our warrant articles. And then we refer people to the full changes on the website. Not knowing what you have in front of you, but that's what the concept was going to be. It wasn't to be both. If that helps.
This has the whole text after the article. So you have the article that ends with select board for the planning board, put this article on the warrant. And then there's this zoning provision that starts schedule of uses, goes on and on. So it was a freestanding.
So it's more than just a paragraph then, or more than a paragraph or two.
Couple paragraphs.
Yeah.
I actually think just moving formatting, but just move the select board for planning board to the very end, right before Article 17. And then just clean up the formatting a bit, maybe.
Yeah, you could do that.
Or also,
So you need to do one or the other.
Yeah.
yeah.
Just need to fix this.
Well, for consistency's sake, if you look at Article 14, Land Acquisition Committee, there's also all the changes are below the line, but the thing says, as listed below, or take any other action relative there too. So I think you could just do the same thing for Article 16, just add in as listed below.
I
Do that.
propose as set forth below.
That, that
Or as set forth below.
would make us be consistent, which is
Yeah.
always good for us too.
Jeannie, did you get that?
Go ahead. All right.
You keep trying to put your glasses on.
Rob?
So where do you want to put as set forth below?
After the words non-residential buildings. For the semicolon,
All right.
not in the article itself.
And also, Jeannie, under table of use regulation, under the details, in the schedule of uses, permissive is crossed out and allowed is inserted.
Yeah.
So apparently the planning board, Frank, the planning board prefers the word allowed, not permissive. And yet you use permissive again twice
Wait a minute. This
under table of use regulation.
Yeah, I don't know. It should be permitted, not permissive,
I
right?
know,
Permissive is someone that lets you get away with stuff.
That's right.
This is permitted. It's permitted.
the planning board wrote this. So you want this use is permitted as otherwise provided in.
Well, either permitted or allowed, not permissive. That's not correct.
Well, allowed, I think permissive means that you have to have a special permit. Allowed means you don't need anything. That's what I thought.
Well, then maybe the planning board needs to clarify that because it's not
Okay.
clear the way it's written.
I also think that we shouldn't be changing the planning board's language.
No,
Because the daycare,
but just to let them know that the language is not, is not clear.
because the daycare center used to be permissive, they had to come to the zoning board of appeals for a special permit to operate the daycare. They no longer have to do that, and that's why it's called allowed.
Okay,
But I will talk to Heidi and have them change it.
and under table of use regulations.
Yeah.
Right.
If this is correct, then that's correct. So
It-
just bring
I will
Marion's concern up and then,
That's what
Yeah.
it is.
yeah. But for what it's worth, I also feel like that's the kind of thing that we can sort out like at the
Advisory.
public hearing, the advisory
Yeah.
hearing.
Not
So,
for zoning. If you're gonna publish something for zoning, you start making amendments to the zoning, you're in trouble, because you can't make a substantive change in the zoning. It's beyond the scope. The Attorney General won't approve it.
All right, but this is within the scope of what the planning board is proposing to change. So
Yes,
so we take it back to planning board.
agree with the statement that permissive and allowed are two very different concepts.
Yeah. Could be permissible. You could add permissible, but not permissive.
Well, permissive,
We'll go back and look at that, guys.
Yeah, all right.
I think they have a meeting on Tuesday, so they could
Okay,
have that.
okay. I assume planning board still needs to have public hearings on their articles.
We
Right.
started and we're having a continuation on the 24th of
Okay.
February.
Okay.
So we're supposed to vote when the select board gets a zoning article. We're supposed to take a vote by statute to refer it to the planning board for a public hearing. So since this has been presented to us, we should have a motion. I'll make a motion that Article 15 and 16 be referred to the planning board.
For public hearing.
That's just chapter 48.
Okay. All right. So you.
I'll second that. I'll second that
One
motion.
second. All in favor? Aye.
Doesn't harm the planning board in any way.
No, it just
perfects it.
causes the process to work as it's intended to.
Right.
I got it.
Yeah, I guess one question would be, for you, Frank, in terms of how you intend to present these articles, especially 15, where you don't have all the text here. How you intend to present it at town meeting? Are you gonna have the full text up on a screen or anything? So that, because there are likely to be people who are going to try to make amendments to your articles on the floor of town meeting. So having your original language all available for everyone to see is probably a good idea, and not just say, go to town hall and get a copy.
We're certainly planning on having printouts as handouts at the annual town meeting.
Okay.
We could do that as well. We were actually just going to do a presentation on the changes, because a lot of it is deletions and replacements.
Okay.
But we will certainly go through with advisory and the select board at various different times and before their meetings to discuss the warrant article changes, like we did last year on the warrant articles.
Great.
So I'm gonna ask can I ask a question that
Yeah.
I always ask?
Yeah.
Are we gonna have everyone leave after Article 13? And we have Land Acquisition Committee, which most people don't even know what it is, stormwater and amending zoning bylaws. We always worry about a quorum. Now what's our quorum, 50 now? I think what it is. We used to have a problem sometimes, particularly if there was a citizens article that was at the end and everyone blew out of the auditorium before the end.
So your quorums is the same. So
15?
article last town meeting to change the quorum and that failed.
Yeah, I think I voted against it, but we came up with the idea that maybe you don't put boring articles all last so that people want to stay.
Yeah, was there a reason why free cash is last right now? It's not,
There was some after. Make up, need to happen.
yeah.
Of course, actually, this year, most of these are pretty boring.
Well, that's true too. That's a valid.
Let's not even get 100 people. So.
I think we still have the right as the board, with in conjunction with the moderator, to change the quorum through June of 26. Leftover COVID provision.
You want to
Right.
put free cash after the regional school?
Um,
You want to do it after it's capitalized?
Are we actually gonna use this article? Because we already have free cash spent on these substantial projects. And I assume that that's through in the capital projects area and everything. Won't it be done by the time we get here?
Unless,
It usually is.
unless you're at the levy limit. Somehow there are proposals that put you outside of your levy limit. We need some way to make up for that.
But the only way you can do that is with the 2.5 override.
or funding your operating budget with free cash, which is not a good practice.
Mhm.
But if you're come in a meeting with, you know, a budget right at the levy limit, if there are floor motions to amend the budget, um, sync with your levy limit, any problem, so.
It's probably okay to just leave it at the end. My understanding also is that even if you drop below a quorum, it's not a problem unless somebody in the audience calls. So I don't think anyone's gonna get all the way to Article 17 and then call it war.
That's true. We had that weird one though, when we were voting on the turf field and then there was like an exodus
Yeah,
after that one. Like a huge exodus.
Small balance,
yeah,
17 is no action.
Hundreds of people left.
yeah. Yeah.
So like it's kind of
A
been.
couple of my towns had adopted a rule at the beginning of town meeting. And one of the most popular rules is that no one can make an amendment that increases any article unless they make a corresponding decrease in an article indicating a funding source. So somebody can't come along and say, gee, you got a nice balanced budget, but I want to add $1 million to the schools because my kid's about to go there. And it passes. If you have a rule that says, if you're going to make a motion like that, you have to take $1 million from something. You need to identify it in your motion. And if it's not done that way, then the moderator rules the motion out of order.
Mm-hmm. Never encountered that before. You've seen it in other towns?
Other than at the levy limit.
Yeah. Yeah.
More sensitive.
Huh. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, assuming that we're entering town meeting with a balanced budget, that means there isn't going to be an article for an operating override. So if somebody proposes something that would push us over the limit, that it couldn't happen anyways, right? Because you can't then just add a new article that says, okay, now we have to vote for an override, right?
You can, somebody can make a motion to increase an appropriation subject to the passage. This appropriation shall not take effect unless the town votes pursuant to Prop 2.5 increase to fund
Oh, I
this
see.
appropriation.
So the override could just be wrapped into their motion.
Yes,
I see. I see.
but then it's up to us to actually do it. If we don't put it on the ballot, it doesn't go anywhere.
I see. So then where,
Go back to you when you vote and put it on the ballot.
right?
Could be problematic in the timing of your normal
Yeah,
voting.
yeah.
That might force another ballot vote, different time, yeah.
Is there something specific you're anticipating?
No, this is.
No.
Just
Have you ever been to town meeting? All right, wait, so Paul, then you're saying that we could have something at the beginning of the town meeting that essentially sets a ground rule that you can't add an appropriation without,
Yeah, usually most town
source.
meetings adopt rules. So like rule number 1 is to allow certain people who are non-residents of the town to speak. So if I don't know, the superintendent of schools is not a resident of Sherborn, she's listed as a, so it's a list of names. So that's like motion 1. Motion 2 is this motion that if any change is made in an appropriation to increase the amount, has to be tied to a decrease in appropriation in some other account.
So is that something that goes into the warrant, or is that just a rule that's made at the beginning of town meeting?
It's a rule at the beginning.
Like the moderator would say
Well,
it?
Let me modify that. Most towns have a Article 1 that says to adopt rules for the conduct of the town meeting. So like if you have too many people there, you're going to have 2 different rooms or 3 different rooms, you're going to want to have rules about how the people in one auditorium relate to the people in another auditorium, all that kind of stuff. So you want the flexibility. So it's frequently you have an Article 1 to adopt rules for the conduct of the town meeting.
But doesn't
Could have a full about consideration of articles.
Doesn't the moderator say that up front sometimes too? Like the fact that you can't ask a second question if it's repeating, the moderator says some rules when they speak at the start, don't they?
That could also, because on the advisory report, there's always something from the moderator at the beginning of the advisory report, so that could be even put in there.
So it's in print that way too then. That's kind of a good idea.
But the rules and the rules themselves are not in the warrant.
No.
No. Okay.
I'll say if there's a specific warrant article that town meeting, once it starts, votes to adopt the rules.
Right.
That they
Right.
part of.
Right. I like this idea. I am also concerned that we've never done it before. And
Exactly.
70% of town meeting is not their first rodeo, so that's going to be immediate alarm bells and red
Exactly.
flags of what is this about, and we're going to spend 45 minutes talking about it.
Exactly right.
That's one of my main concerns.
But the good
I can
thing,
already imagine which people.
The government study.
Yeah.
but it's an easy sell because what you're saying to the voters are everybody's worked very hard for months to get you to a balanced budget. We don't want to be subject to all that work being thrown out by somebody coming up with a popular idea that let's build a new monument for a rotary that we all love that.
Yeah.
And let's spend $1 million and it passes
And
and then we're stuck.
all right.
We don't have a balanced budget.
Are the rules themselves proposed by the moderator?
I think so.
It's usually proposed by, I usually write these for the advisory committee, the finance committees.
The advisory committee makes the rules.
They make the motion that says, don't give us a motion that's going to increase our appropriations
Yeah.
beyond the amounts that were recommended for appropriation by the finance committee without identifying a funding source.
So sorry, I'm
Gave you 10 fingers, but
sorry,
you
I'm
don't want to
getting bogged
lose
down in
one.
the mechanics here, but so then we would have an Article 1 that would be to adopt rules, and then reports would then become Article 2.
Yes.
Yes. And so then the rules themselves would be part of the motion for
Yes.
Article 1.
Yes.
So it would be the advisory committee's rule was effectively setting the rules.
On this, yes, because presumably they have come in with a balanced budget.
Yeah. But then what about, you say rules about if there's multiple rooms and this and that, or if we set rules about who's allowed to speak or whatever, like who's setting all of those rules? Or would they would all be part of the motion?
So for somebody to speak who's not a voter, permission from the voters. And so
Okay.
what we've been doing in Sherborn generally is somebody says, look, we have somebody here who's an engineer from XYZ who's going to talk about why we need a reserve fund transfer for the wells. Could he speak?
Yeah.
Ask for unanimous consent. Nobody objects. So then, but oftentimes it's like 20 names.
Yeah.
The superintendent of schools, maybe the town administrator. I mean, Jeremy, do you live in town? Don't we want him to speak at town meeting? For him to speak at town meeting, he has to be voted to be able to speak at town meeting.
Well, we've never done that in the
How
past.
have we done it all these years without?
I'm just telling you what the law is.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I will chat with Stephen Bonder offline about this then. About whether we want to do this. Mainly my question was, does it need to be a conversation between me and Stephen Bonder and Mike Giamo, or just me and Stephen Bonder?
At the beginning of the advisory where there is a town meeting procedure section. And it does say about motions, conduct of debate and voting, so maybe you could like throw them in there instead of making it a separate article.
But it sounds like the rules have to actually be
Voted on?
and accepted by town meeting.
Yes.
To say essentially, these are the rules that this town meeting is gonna be, abiding by.
So we have a lot of non-residents who are going to be at town meeting. I believe our fire chief is not a resident of town. I believe our police chief is not a resident
That's
of
correct.
town. Our town administrator is not a resident of the town. We want Diane to speak. She's not a resident of the town. This. I don't know what's going on in the schools, whether the superintendent's a resident of the town or not. I suspect not.
No, she is.
She is a resident of the town.
Yeah.
Of Sherborn?
Yeah, she lives on my road.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Who's that?
Superintendent of schools.
Oh, does she?
all
I
right.
didn't know that.
Well, that's fine. I will chat with Stephen Bonder offline about it. But essentially, you're saying Mike Giammo doesn't need to be part of that conversation.
I should
Okay.
think you could
I
include.
think that's a courtesy.
I would include. Yes, we're on the meeting.
Yeah, but I think that if Bonder and I decide that that's too complicated, we're not going to do it this year, then there's no need to involve Jim.
Well, but if you're going to make, in the inverse of that statement, if you are going to make a change, you
Right.
probably need to clue them in.
Yeah, no, I think that if we decide that, oh yeah, this is a great idea, then be like, all right, let's get.
He may not agree, though.
Yeah.
I sort of feel like he could say some of those things and not make it as be a big. You're concerned about everyone saying, "Why are we doing it differently?"
Yeah.
If it was just him
No, but
modifying his intro talk
But we
with
need
no
to-
vote.
Yeah, but we need the rule adopted where you can't increase the budget without finding an equal decrease.
Okay.
And I don't think that can just be something that the moderator says. It's
Yeah,
gotta be
you're probably
something
right
that the
about that.
voters accept.
That's gonna.
I
That's
know.
gonna.
We might decide, no, that's just a pin and worm, so we don't want to.
We can't even afford the stuff we already.
Yeah, but if somebody decides they really want whatever it is that they want.
Stand up and say.
Okay, all right, it's my fault. I'm getting this out.
All right.
All right, last thing, second to last thing, operating and capital budget update.
So this information is in your packet, but wanted to touch on some of the high points since you last seen the budget for FY27. So for the next fiscal year, what will be discussed in the FY. So since you last talked about the budget, you recall there was a so-called deficit where the budget proposals from the budget makers were beyond the ability to pay for it within the tax levy, requiring an operating override fund. That was the last budget. It was about $850,000 in deficit. Since then, the schools have come out with their version 2 budgets, which have reduced their requests by $450,000. We discussed a little bit earlier in your meeting, and for the purposes of this model run, I did make that adjustment. Certainly want to talk about the OPEB contribution, whether that would be all free cash funded or the same as normal. But if you were to do it all free cash funded, that does reduce your deficit by $100,000. Health insurance, the original estimate was 15% increase from our carrier. For this model run, I updated 10%, but we got great news yesterday in that our premium increase is going to be 6.91%.
Wow, that's really remarkable. That's remarkable.
So that came in, and that's been the case the last few years, better than the average for the Meyer group.
Yeah, that's great.
The average was 8, it was 6.7. So that's not accounting for the plan changes.
Right.
So in addition to that $93,000 in additional reductions, there'll be some more because it's 7% and some plan changes. But in this model run,
assumed 10%. I also, based on some recent discussions, included the legal budget, set that to
Mhm.
more or less the 3-year average.
Mhm.
So that would be $160,000. It's more or less the 3-year average. But that's included in this current budget version. Reduce the $200,000 increase to town building budget down to 50. There's some room for discussion on whether we keep that 50 or stay status quo for action on that plan that was presented for the last meeting. And also in this budget model, I've updated the revenue to reflect the governor's budget. So the last time you saw it was based on some assumptions of state aid. The governor has submitted her budget. There's still a lot more to go at the state house as far as what the state aid will be. And that the House will present a budget, the Senate will present a budget, then there'll be a consensus budget. It's out a little while, but at least we've got an actual budget submitted by the governor that now is reflected in the budget model. That was a 3% increase in Chapter 70 school aid and 2.5% increase for unrestricted government aid. So,
I don't know if you use this again, but you could maybe put the total delta at the bottom of it, just show us what.
yeah,
Which I calculated in my head at around
there's a lot
$720,000.
of moving parts.
No, I'm sure there are, but ballpark, this is
To give you a
720.
sense of with these bigger changes.
Yeah.
Where we're at. So with those changes, we're sitting here.
This is a huge improvement.
Big improvement. Yes, still a deficit of
Mhm.
about $176,000. So
Mhm.
the town's made progress, but there's still
Yeah.
some progress to be made. And you can see the education now reflects their version 2 budgets. They made a significant effort in meeting and assisting with staying within the levy.
But this is still showing, and people will be confused by the -7 and the 13. But
Yeah.
that's all sped going to the regional.
That's right. All there was the out of district costs
Yeah.
for the middle and high school students.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
went from the local schools to the regional schools.
Right.
Looks like a budget reduction there. However, the elementary school is actually for Pine Hill School. Version 2 budget actually had an increase for FY27 of 1.43%. So it's an increase, but that's based on, the school department has given a lot of detail, but there's been some changes in their operations there based on enrollment and so forth. So it's not a negative to Pine Hill. It's that
Right.
negative is reflection.
Yeah, that's right.
Transfer to that the line below, which now carries that out of district costs, and the region is proposing a 4.24% increase for sure.
This is a pretty much better picture, really, because you're going to change that health insurance to 6.9 or whatever you said too, instead of 10.
Right. And actually, the Tri-County assessment is going to be $8,000 less, we heard today. So there's a little bit there.
We have, I think,
Town
three
government.
students
Yeah,
there now at Tri-County, don't we? I forget the number we have.
But with the assessment, they've calculated the debt service and using some of their excess and deficiency. And anyway, the forecast for the assessment has gone down by 8,000 since a couple months ago.
That's really
Town
good.
Government line there, you can see, a 7% increase, but if you net out the increase for emergency communications for the regional dispatch.
Yeah, regional.
And net out the increase for legal, then the increase is about 2.8%.
Yeah.
Town. So again, we're still in a deficit. This budget would use, all of the 2.5 plus new growth plus $750,000 of your excess levy capacity
Mm-hmm.
and still require $776,000.
Mm-hmm.
Just a graphic showing that excess levy capacity and why this is a so-called deficit still. That dashed line is your 2.5 plus new growth. So 2.5 without an override. When your actual spending, the red is below it, you have excess levy capacity. This proposed budget has the red above the dash line, which means it's outside of your levy. We need an override. However, we're still working to find the.
Yeah.
So the school departments will have a version 3 of their budgets end of February, early March. Likely not much change there. However, we did hear last night that they may find some additional savings in their health insurance. They had estimated a premium increase. It may be slightly less. And so they might find something there. But overall, probably not much different. We're hearing advisory has 2 more meetings scheduled, the 25th and the March 5th. Prior to their public hearing on the 21st, they may need to schedule some additional meetings to that and come up with recommendations. We'll be looking to have you at your next meeting vote the town meeting warrant that you just talked about our last agenda item. Advisory hearing is March 21st. So it's coming up. It's not much more than a month and a half away. Additional budget savings. I mentioned the $50,000. We wanted to level fund your town buildings and stay status quo. Some additional savings, hopefully in insurance. Not recommending reducing the reserve fund. So we are still looking for some additional savings. So Deb and I had a meeting with the chair of advisory this morning. He gave us the guidance that we'll pursue with the select board budgets, which you have some more direct control over. And there will be some advisory will also give some guidance back to some of the other budgets with some of their recommendations and suggestions. On the flip side of the budget, there's revenue. Deb is looking at the revenue forecast for local receipts. And we'll see if there's anything there. We know that Board of Health is increasing some of their fee schedule, so that would increase some local receipts modestly, but when you're at the levy, every dollar can help. So yeah,
I would say, does Deb have do you have a convenient list of all of the various fees that are collected by the town? So I would just kind of contact whoever are the people that are responsible for setting each of those fees and just make sure that they, I think many of them have probably revisited them in the past year or two, but if a few of them haven't, just make sure that everybody has looked at the fees and compared to the market and just made sure that they are, that everyone is collecting market appropriate fees.
Some of that is us.
What do you mean?
Like we set the building fees.
Yeah, well, the building inspector does, right?
I don't think we've looked at those fees for a while.
well, that building permit.
Building permit.
Chris, just this past year, Chris brought forward an adjustment fees. I mean, I'll talk to him again, see if it's handling, but he added some fees, especially for like heat pumps and other things. You've seen a lot of the fees are either weren't being collected in everyone or needed to be adjusted. So it's not that.
Don't forget what the financial statement said. The fees that we already have are down 15% from last year to this year.
Actually, Deb just noticed that today on some of the Board of Health fees are down year over year from what they were last year. So
I didn't comment in that section, but I think it's because there's less development. A lot of those fees are permits for building and for Board of Health inspections.
Our building permit fees are in line, actually maybe a little higher than last year. It was just an oddity that the Board of Health fees were lower. Even the building permit fees were higher. You'd think they'd sort of track the same way.
Well, they could be lagged timing wise. Maybe the Board of Health was the prior year when they had to get approval for septic and they didn't start pulling building permits till later, but
Yeah.
I would think with the economy slowing down and less construction, that there would be more fees to demand. I don't know that.
That's sure the.
Tim, do you want to speak to local receipts and fees?
Yeah, I can go back to the audit. I've been emailing with Chad, and he did take a look at that question that Paul had. And the difference between that revenue was actually the settlement that we received from the library. That was accounted for in an FY 24, and that's why it looks like FY 25 is down so much. That's where that comes from. Our local receipts has been steadily going up. Building permits being one that continues to go up. But I am watching all the other ones, and most of them are coming in pretty much where we expected.
There was the library one, I think that's the Leeds grant, isn't it? We finally got the Leeds certification of around 80 grand.
It was 100,000 for lead certification, and that came in at the same time as the settlement. And the settlement was about $600,000. So that's why FY 24 was so much higher than FY 25 because it was a one-time hit.
Right.
Well, thank you for answering the question I had for the auditors. I was wondering what that was.
We need more LEED certified buildings. We got 80 grand today.
So a general sense of the board. So how much pressure would you like us to put on budgets to be balanced?
I don't want an override.
Well, you mentioned the other
I
day.
do not want an override when we're only 176,000.
No, that makes sense, but we have to be careful that it isn't just going to make next year worse.
Yeah. I mean, with the insurance savings, actually, I think we're at around 125, and then you said there was another 8,000 from the was it from Norfolk Aggie? So we probably need to find about 115,000, which I feel like we should be able. We probably could do that without actually even putting heavy pressure on the rest of the budgets, but I do think that at least one round of kind of like everybody look at your budget. If you can get 0.5% to 1% off of your current budget without reducing services, I think that is a reasonable request. You know, I don't think we need to be breaking any kneecaps about it, but just kind of, I think it's worthwhile pointing out that the schools did a pretty good job of cutting their, I mean, $450,000. I mean, I don't know if you guys are aware of the various communications that have gone out to essentially all of the everybody in the region, all the parents, all the staff. I mean, it wasn't just Dawn cutting some budget lines, like they're making some changes to their operations, which they assure everybody are not budget related. It just happens to be that these operational changes are helping the budget. But a lot of them have to do with enrollment. A lot of them have to do with different ways that they actually want to run the schools. But still, they went through that process and found a lot of money.
Is any of it the split between Dover and Sherborn's costs? Or have those changed at all? Because Dover had more kids with the private schools, so that would affect how much we, the operating cost is split differently than the capital cost.
Yeah, I think that our percentage is about stable from last year to this year.
Okay.
Yeah. But over the past 5 years, Sherborn's percentage has gradually increased.
Yeah.
That's a $39 million budget. And if everybody contributed $10, you'd have your 115,000.
Yeah.
It's $10 a budget across the line.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. So is there any desire to attempt to find excess levy capacity?
I am not strongly motivated to do so, at least not at the expense of actual services to the town. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think
I don't think we're not in a situation where the hard truth is that we need to lose fire services or road paving or whatever.
reduce, teachers in the school or whatever. I don't think that we're in that situation. I think that if people go through and, I mean, the challenge, of course, is that I do think that all of our budget makers have been doing a good job of cutting the fat out of their budgets over the past 10 years, at least as long as I've been on advisory. So there's not that much excess to cut out. But when I look through everyone's budgets, there was always a few little lines that are like, do you really need that? Do you really need this? And maybe you cut $500 out of your clothing budget, and you're not reducing the level of service to the town, but
Yeah, but if you look at the big picture, we're actually just hitting where we should have been hitting before. We got police dispatch for free for 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
We got homework phased out, over 3 years, but we're finally paying for what we should have been paying for last year, or the year before.
Oh yeah, no,
That's the big piece of it.
I want to say when I was on advisory and my whole thing was proposed, and it was proposed as a big long-term cost savings, I was like, no, this is a temporary cost savings, because when that bill comes fully to Sherborn, we're going to be paying more for dispatch than we are now.
It's not true. Tom can show you that we were paying a fortune in police overtime to cover dispatch tests.
Yeah, I remember how much that overtime was compared to what it is now, and I know how much we're about to be paying for dispatch. I think it's greater.
Well, I'm not sure if you're comparing the overtime could be for other reasons than covering dispatch. I don't know that, but
yeah, I mean,
you're just comparing the police overtime budget over different periods, but there could be other reasons. But we were having also a high loss of police officers who were going to other towns because they didn't want to sit a dispatch desk.
But anyway, I think if you put forth to the various budget makers, here's where we are, here's how close we are to requiring an override, but we can make it if everyone can find like 1% in your budget and let them, carry the ball. I think that should do it.
I just wanted to get a sense of how much to push.
Yeah, and I think to some degree, and this is sort of like a message to the public that we are very unlikely to avoid an override next year. I think a lot of very unforeseen things that are favorable to the town's financial position would have to happen over the next year.
Yeah, meanwhile, sorry.
And now I don't think that we should say that, okay, that's licensed to all the budget makers to just be like, tighten your belt this year so that you can just loosen it next year and go nuts. But I don't believe that actually reducing services in order to claw back a little bit of excess levy capacity this year is going to make a difference, because next year there's going to be an override.
Yeah, unless at the state they pass a law changing 2.5 to a higher.
Yeah.
And that's what I hear.
But I will say that if that happens, at the end of the day, to the taxpayer, it doesn't make a difference, right? It just means that their tax bill is still going to go up.
We're still paying for everything.
They wouldn't have had to vote for an override. We could have, but then that just means that we'll be doing it without a vote.
That's right.
But either way, it's going up.
Psychological difference.
It's going up.
So Steve, there is this other option I've talked about, select board has talked about over the years, which is you take a look at what the services are that are being paid for from the tax levy and peel off some items that would be these business type of actions that you can charge a fee for. And the one that comes to mind most is the transfer station, where you, instead of having that be funded by the tax base, you take that entire budget off the tax base and you charge a fee to use the transfer station. And yes, that means the residents will be paying, but you're also going to pick up a lot of people who are using it who aren't residents, who we just don't have the personnel to take DNA samples from every human being that comes in there. It says prove that you're a resident. So we have a lot of people using our transfer station and nobody's paying for it other than the taxpayers as a whole. So this has come up every time we came close to an override, because that's like a $200,000 budget. You move that off the tax based side of the budget. You make it into an enterprise fund that has to fund itself, whatever the costs are. The users pay for it. Establish a fee. You solve the problem.
I think
Yeah.
we should consider it.
That's a
I remember that.
that's a pretty dramatic
Yeah,
change in the habits of the town's residents, though.
yeah, I think so too. I'm you basically just raising my taxes is what you're doing the same way, one way or the other.
But not just that. I mean, I assume you mean as a fee for service for
Yeah,
transfer
but-
station, right? It's like,
Right.
okay,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
dumping 2 bags of trash, and that's sorry, $5 per bag, right? As opposed to
There's a lot of different ways you can,
Yeah,
I mean, you just charge a fee for your stickers as a start.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now you get a
yeah,
sticker.
but then you need somebody who's policing the stickers.
Yeah, I mean, there would be costs to that too.
For the next 12 months.
Yeah, yeah. Sean's got your hand up. Go ahead.
Sean?
He just unmuted.
Well, I don't even know how to respond to that. The
Sean is speechless.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
By charging a fee for service at the transfer station, you're just shedding the same cost from the taxpayer to the taxpayer.
yes.
No, if you, studies indicated that there's more using the transfer station than just taxpayers.
Oh, that's ludicrous. There may be people thinking that, but that's not what's happening. It's Sherborn residents using it, so you'd just be shedding that cost. There's some ways we could probably diminish the tonnage, but that's been a long-standing practice how we operate. But there's not out-of-town people grossly dumping there. So if you start charging for waste, you're just shedding the same tax. The taxpayers that are paying now are going to be paying later.
It's just another way to avoid the override. It's still, I mean, we're still paying for it. I mean,
Well,
exactly
I can
that
promise you
was
it'll be wildly unpopular at town meeting.
Yeah.
I can say
Yeah.
at my little town in Wyoming, they did that. And the result was that people started dumping stuff on the side of the road.
Yeah,
I mean, we have that now, and of course, Sherborn people wouldn't do that, but you never know.
That happens now, and I'll send you guys a report every week. I promise you, if you start to implement something like that, it'll cost 10 times more.
So I have a couple more slides, but one more question. So I hear what you're saying, and we'll feed back to the select board budgets, your guidance. Is there any message that you'd like me to relay to the non-select board budgets or non-town administrator budgets? The rec commission budget or others?
I see they've already deferred the project, the Jameson Field project.
Not yet. But I'll show the next slides, some discussion on capital. But as far as their operating budgets, any?
Rec commission, I think, is a unique example, and I believe that the advisory committee is intending to have a difficult conversation with the rec commission. If you wanted to join into the chorus on that as well, but I think that one of the issues with the rec budget is that it used to be extremely low. It was, I believe, something like $15,000 or something like that, and it went up to $150,000 on the promise that they would be managing the Laurel Fields, and I'm not sure that the budgeting
between their operating budget and revolving fund and the actual operations have really reflected the intention of increasing that budget. So I think that as a way to get us under the levy limit, that would be a reasonable budget to target, since they have a revolving fund that historically has run all of their operations. I think with things like the library and the Board of Health and cemetery and who else is elected? Planning board. I think the main thing would be to hold up the actions of the regional schools as a good role model that they might want to try to emulate, which is to say they were asked to reduce their budget by a certain amount, and they did so, and that was extremely helpful. And it's a majority of the way down from how far we were over the levy limit. And I think that if all the other budget makers can use that as an example to try to find ways that they can alter their operations or find things that are not strictly necessary that they can cut out of the budget in order to save, again, even just 1%, I think that would be helpful.
But I'd look on the upside too, like our ambulance fees, for example. I'm not sure, because Zach's been upgrading the training of some of his EMTs so they get a higher level reimbursement for them being the EMT versus another designation. But I would say, we could look at other revenue sources like fees that we currently have that maybe we haven't increased the farm pond sticker that much recently, or haven't increased our ambulance fees. Something that we could generate on our revenue side, not only a cost side.
Yeah.
May not be a lot of them, but
Thanks, Ian. This is just an overview of the capital request for 27 and some suggestions. Not all of these are under the select board or town administrator, but some are, and looking for your feedback. Specifically town facilities and infrastructure. So that project, the last time you saw it was a capital request of 1.1 million based on the recent study that was completed. If we wanted to pare that project down to sort of the bare necessities as Sean and I currently see them, that would be addressing basically the exterior of town hall, a roof at fire station 2. And with the goal of trying to maximize the use of free cash for capital projects. I've made some suggestions here as far as funding goes. So previously you saw truck 34 as excluded debt. We propose that to be free cash. And town facilities infrastructure that I mentioned, making that a smaller request to encompass the two areas I suggested, possibly a combination of free cash and exempt borrowing. We've already got your opinion to defer the farm pond access. And if we get a grant, proceed, but not to seek town funding for that. And it's not official, but it appeared the rec committee had to cancel their meeting last night. So I think they may not be ready for Woodfield 2. So if they didn't, the new sum of capital projects at town meeting is 3.2 million. If we shift around the funding to maximize free cash use, we could get to $1 million or so in free cash use, and the exempt borrowing under this plan reduces drastically down to 2 million as opposed to closer to 3. The regional school committee did say, or Don did at this regional school committee meeting, that roof project at the high school, currently estimated 2 million. We may be coming back more like 1.5 million. They're going out to bid with that shortly and hope to have bids in hand prior to town meeting. So that 927 Sherborn share might be less when they get bids in.
But the Pine Hill water tank,
Yes.
are we seeking an earmark or any grant funding or anything like that, or?
Yeah, that was.
Yes, we are. Sean, are you still on?
I am.
Um,
here.
the grant, it's actually not an earmark per se, what we could do if we wanted to ask for something.
Yeah.
But
The water for the kids.
yeah, the recent grant we received, is that for the Pine Hill storage tank, the $100,000?
Yeah, the DEP one. Yeah, that's for Pine Hill School.
Yeah.
It will
So-
likely offset. It'll offset the 506 by 100.
Okay, so
Yeah.
once we're sure we're getting that 506 will go down 100,000.
Do we know, because I know with the schools, there's the whole school lunch program situation. I mean, presumably they use water in the cafeterias, so I don't know if any of that money could theoretically go towards a water tank. Might be a stretch. but-
Interesting question. You know, Deb, you want to take note? Kids, they
Huh?
have to drink water.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't know. Let me see what I can find out.
It's gonna pet peeve of Deb, so I'm sure she'd spend that down.
For the town buildings request, you said it was previously like 1.1 and now we're down to what, 6?
Yeah, I'd like your
5?
take on it. You think?
So, well, I guess what are the things that you cut out? You know, are they things that where it's like, yeah, we're just gonna end up paying more for it later?
Possibly, you know, it's kind of deferring things. I mean,
Yeah.
one of the things in there was the police locker room, for instance.
Oh yeah.
Sounds
like they need that.
and several other items. So not the same level of, you know, leaky roof,
Yeah.
but something that should still be on your radar.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I
So-
guess this is a question that as former chair of advisory, I should probably know, but I've never really had a good handle on, is when you have a big item of excluded debt, right? How much does that actually affect the same years or the you know the incoming years tax levy?
Oh, what we would need to do to adjust, we would need to carry enough cost for a short-term ban.
Mm-hmm.
So the debt service for FY 27, we'll need to adjust that to be able, we have to carry some interest costs.
Yeah.
To do the long term.
But it's really just the interest costs.
Yeah, once it's the long-term borrowing, then it is exempt and it's not on your levy.
Right. Right. So what sort of ballpark is the interest on a short term?
So currently, Pam has it in the budget, $60,000 for a ban, which was for about 1.6 million in borrowing. Okay. So if it was 2 million, we would sit that. But yeah.
But it would be proportionate. Right. So for 1.6, so 1.6 up to 2, 60,000 would probably be 775. Yeah. Right. So essentially what I'm saying is that it's like, okay, you cut $500,000 of excluded debt, but by doing that, all we really did was we saved $15,000 in the tax levy. But that's something that.
But you're not asking for a debt exclusion of.
Yeah, right. But we're just gonna ask for probably a slightly larger debt exclusion on it next year when we buy it. Right.
Why would that be short-term debt as opposed to long-term debt?
Well, because the initial borrowing, it would be a short-term
It's
borrowing anticipation.
until you create the long-term notes.
Right.
Oh, I see.
Because the long term is usually you try to aggregate, like let's say you're getting $3 million worth of stuff that all should be a 20-year
bond. So then you're like, well, you cluster all that together and then you get your long-term.
Yeah, we're like,
You can only, I'm sure. And to do a project, you need to be in on anticipation.
Okay, yeah, so that's where I always get into the, oh, it looks really good that we cut 500,000 out. But it's like, okay, how much do we really save this year by doing that?
Yeah,
And
it's a good
is
question.
it actually just gonna cost us more than that 15,000 that we saved this year? Because either something's gonna break before we replace it, or because it's just gonna cost that much more to buy a truck or an HVAC system or a locker room, whatever, next year. And you're just gonna wipe out that 15,000 that you saved anyways, you know? So that's where I get into a little bit of a, what did we actually cut out? And was that worth, they say, was that juice worth the squeeze? So I would just make sure that you feel good about the decision that was made for what you cut out.
No decision made yet.
Yeah,
And getting your feel on that.
yeah.
I mean, what the squeeze for town buildings was more or less already put on the operating side. That study did suggest that the operating budget also be increased.
Yeah.
So by not increasing that, we're kind of deferring some of those costs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that I think, like, okay, we cut 150,000 out, then that's 150,000 out of tax levy. Whereas you take 500-600 of excluded debt out, and you only actually save $15,000 to $20,000 on the tax levy. It's like, was that worth it? I guess it depends on what the $500,000 was spent on, or would have been spent on.
Okay. Good.
Does that make sense?
Makes sense. And then finally, this would be where I'd like a little input on that. From earlier, we talked about shifting the OPEB contribution being 50-50 operating free cash to possibly be all free cash. So if you did that, that's $200,000 from free cash. I suggest you still contribute to your general stabilization. I suggest that you only contribute to capital stabilization the release of the overlay, which is $300,000, not anything more than that. Then your capital budget is previously shown, if it ends up being that, it's 965,000 in free cash. And currently the supplemental forecast, given the winter we've had, is 230. So you're looking at potentially $1.8 million in free cash usage at a from, which is the most you've done for some years. Though using that still maintains your free cash balance within the policy, within 3 to 5% of your budget. It's around 4.5%. So you're still within policy by doing this. Currently, you're not using any capital stabilization for funding capital projects this town meeting. But by putting that 300,000 in, you get pretty close to $1 million that you could over the next year put together a capital plan and spending plan to utilize those funds.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't plan on using some of the capital stabilization this year?
Not enough planning. Okay. There may be some other funds as well. The two sources of funds that were mentioned earlier, library settlement funds of $500,000 and the library lead fund $100,000. Town meeting could appropriate those as well into capital stabilization, which would put your capital stabilization over $1 million.
Yeah.
And I suggest that you come up with a good vetted, thought through plan of use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
There'll always be capital
Right.
to expend. So just because you're not using it possibly this time meeting doesn't mean you're not going to use it.
Yeah.
It means you just
Yeah.
put some.
I mean, to me, the trouble with capital stabilization, we've had this is that there isn't a steady revenue stream feeding it anyways, so every time we use it, it's just a one-off project anyways, right? It's not like okay, we're putting $50,000 into it every year.
Yeah.
Let's build that up for 5 years, and now we have $250,000 to buy whatever, you know. So it's like there is no plan because there's no revenue stream anyway. So
You're just getting several of these one-time
Yeah.
contributions,
yeah,
which is great. And you should plan, you know,
yeah.
for use of it.
Yeah, but so then I wonder if is it too late to say, okay, let's say, for example, the police locker room, right? What if we just paid for that out of capital stabilization and did it this year?
You can make.
Yeah.
Wonder if we could put that as, we haven't back to the earmarks or requests from, Jake Auchincloss or the local representatives. We could pick a few
You should.
few projects, and a police, something to support the police would seem to be pretty well supported by politicians, so.
That, to Stephen's point, why not use capital stabilization? It's a great question.
Well,
It's-
I'm just throwing another resource out there.
I guess the difficulty here in Sherborn is that there's no unified planning for capital.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's sort of unclear to me as well, who actually proposes funding sources for capital.
Yeah.
And their use, and is looking at the long term.
Yeah.
So just to.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, to me, that's one of the things when I was on advisory, I felt like advisory probably should have owned that more. And I didn't know who really owned it when I was on advisory. So there probably should be more of a plan for that, whether it's that we take ownership of that or that advisory more clearly takes ownership of that kind of capital planning process. I mean, when I started on advisory, there was effectively not even a 5-year capital plan. That was one of the things that I don't even remember who it was that was pushing very hard for, like, no, everybody needs to give us a 5-year actual capital plan. And that took a couple of years before we even had a 5-year plan, you know. So I think we're building it up brick by brick right now. Yeah, I would say I would look at some of those things that you and Sean decided to take out of the town buildings facilities capital plan and see if you feel like any of them are things that would be good candidates to ask for earmarks from the state. And then otherwise also whether it would be something that would be useful to use capital stabilization on this year, as opposed to putting that off next year. I would say, who decides about sped stabilization?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Okay. Because I would say we
You
should
should have an opinion.
we should use it. I think we should use it. So that's my opinion. Because we know, I mean, what is like $400,000 or something of the school budget is for out of district spending, right? And we haven't used that fund in several years. Does that?
I thought that was only for Pine Hill, though. I'm not sure that's for regional schools, was it?
The
That's for all.
The sped stabilization is for either one?
Yes, for all Sherborn students.
Yeah. Yeah, because our assessment on it also is for Sherborn resident students, whether they are at Pine Hill or at the region. And that was one of the things that I clarified with Dawn is that they, even though now the region is paying for everything, like essentially the funds are held in a special account that can only be, so each town
Yeah.
has its own special account that can only be used for special education for those towns' residents, regardless.
But they haven't regionalized everything. They just regionalized the out of district, right? Like, we still have a sped department of Pine Hill.
There's out of district in both.
Okay,
Used to be all out of district for all of the students, whether they're in elementary, middle school, high school, it was all in the local school budget.
yes.
Now it's separate. So it's local elementary school out of district and then.
Right, but there's still sped expenses at Pine Hill that aren't out of district.
Yes. Yeah. 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 Yeah, but I would say that
we should
be the time to use it.
I think we should go ahead and use that this year, even 50,000 of it, just to basically take another chunk out of the levy, right?
It'll be another funding source.
Yeah. And we'll probably, I don't even know how, I don't remember ever voting for appropriating any money into sped stabilization. So I don't know, does that come out of the regional budget or has that always just been from the town? It's been the town, right?
Yeah, for whenever it was set up, there
Yeah.
was an appropriation from the town, probably free cash.
Yeah.
That set it up.
I remember when it was set up. It was probably at least 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Makes it carrying a balance, and it makes interest, but it's 68,000.
Yeah.
It's not a very big fund,
No,
No.
given the needs.
no, it's not.
And I think it was an idea to set this up, and then there wasn't a revenue source. Just
Yeah.
Yeah.
like they should have- As funds were available in free cash, it was
Right, but
funded.
I mean, do you really want to spend that down on other things? I'm not sure.
No, it's not other things, Mary. It would be towards that additional costs.
Oh, I see.
To
Yeah.
defray
All right,
Yeah.
$68,000 from your tax levy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, essentially, just this year alone, we need over $400,000 in spending.
our district.
Yeah. So we could just defray that by up to $68,000.
Yeah.
You know, so we could just wipe it all out this year if we wanted to, but it just looks bad to have zero balance, right?
Yeah.
Zero balance in the stabilization fund sounds unstable, you know?
Yeah, but
Uh,
$60,000 doesn't buy you much in sped
no, it,
service.
no, it doesn't, but
But if you're looking for $106,000,
Right.
$6,000.
Yeah, no, I know, but
right. So if we can get 68 and then that just eases the pressure on the budget makers who actually need to buy things,
yeah, no, I understand.
then we might as well like these are all just separate bank accounts that have money sitting there doing nothing right now. So
Yeah,
if not this year, what is the year that we would be saving this money for?
yeah, no, I don't think we need to save it.
You know. So
Okay, and just one more thing, the OPEB funding. If we were able to find enough now with the 68, if we were able to find enough such that we could keep the $100,000 in the operating budget for the OPEB contribution, would that be preferable?
I don't know. I really liked the idea of using 200,000 in free cash just this year. And then next year going back to that. I mean, it's all we're doing is just putting a little bit more added pressure next year, you know? But it's not like it's different next, like we would be doing $100,000 next year in the tax levy regardless. So it's not like we would be doing 200,000 from free cash this year and then 200,000 from the levy next year, you know? So we're not adding pressure. Really, it's just a one-time deal. That's why I asked the question to the auditors. Like, it's gonna look bad if we do this year.
Right, and I guess that's just,
Well, we're pretty well funded compared to other towns.
Yeah.
Like, we're way ahead of other towns.
Yeah,
I bet you we're double
Yeah.
large number.
I don't want to reduce the total
No.
contribution. It's just a matter of, do we want to keep doing the 50-50 split for consistency or just for this year alone, just do 100% from free cash? And I'm still in preference of just going 100% from free cash this year. And
Yeah.
next year going back to our sort of previous habit. I would hate for that to be the little straw that dropped our revolving fund rating.
You can see.
I mean, can we see what departments can come up with and from some small cuts and then come back to this?
Yeah.
Because maybe we don't
Yeah,
make these cuts.
yeah. Well, I sort of feel like we may have already found enough money here in these last couple of slides, but
Right, if we need it, but if there can be a lot of small
Yeah.
contributions from
Yeah.
a lot of departments,
yeah,
it takes less of a bite.
yeah.
I mean, functionally, service wise. And the OPEB trust money makes money, so.
Okay.
thank you. That's very helpful, sorry. A long
Oh,
conversation.
this is
That's
very
helpful.
good. So what's next?
4 hours of open session, that's what.
Yeah.
Consent agenda?
The North Sherborn Water Sewer District.
Oh, right.
North Sherborn
Sorry.
Water Sewer.
That's you, Marion.
Actually, it's June.
You're going fast for this, Marion.
I asked for Jeremy to give us, no. Yeah, I can make it very, very quick. I mean, the Water Sewer District Interim Commission is, we're doing our best to come up with bylaws and regulations, given the models that we've been provided with. I think we need to refine our methods to make the revisions more efficient. And we still have a lot of work to do. It's clear that the final EIR to the state, to MEPA, has to be submitted by the water district in partnership with the developer.
It's just the final EIR, people.
Oh, yeah, the final environmental impact report, which is a state requirement for us to get permission to get MWRA water, basically. So, what else can I say? We're working on these documents that we need to have done by March when the final EIR. And Jeremy, you could add to that, I think.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'd add would be that, developers currently undergoing and pursuing the remainder of the local permitting, Conservation Commission, the planning board, believe they're carrying out something with the ZBA, and their comprehensive permit. If all goes as they expect, they may be under construction a year from now, seeking building permits. So things seem to be falling in line. We nearing the end of negotiating the IMA for the water supply with the Framingham. That's another fairly big critical path item that hopefully we're closing in on. But with that checked off, hopefully a year from now, the developer could be finally building permit.
Well, that reminds me that it's not too early to request of the developers they start putting together a draft development agreement, because we have to work on that as well as them. It'll define what their responsibility is, what we expect, and what our responsibility is. And basically it'll cover, I guess, as much details as you want to cover, to make sure that whatever they promise to do, that they actually.
Well, it will make us aware of what we need to be doing too also, which probably we're missing a few things there too.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's a long process, so it should be started.
It should be started now. So I think the select board, Steve, and I, and you guys, we should be requesting that as soon as possible. Next time we have any kind of a meeting with Toll Brothers and Kennedy Wilson, we should formally ask that they begin to propose a developer agreement, because we want them to be working on it.
Why don't I make a motion right now to do that?
Be good.
Move that the select board asks the developer to commence work on that development agreement.
I second.
All right, moved and seconded. All in favor? Right. Great. Is that it?
That's it.
All right. Consent agenda?
On the consent agenda, Diane, did you make changes to?
I think she pulled
She
the set of minutes out.
22nd has been pulled.
Yeah, so she's gonna make the changes and then bring it back to a later meeting.
All right, I had
You have something on another,
on the other one, yeah.
were they just like typos or?
Yeah, like review of operating budget. There's a sentence that says the total.
What, I'm sorry, Paul, what date do you?
Put any page numbers on there.
Date what? What date? December,
The one right before.
January 8th?
Right before what?
Yep,
Okay, yeah.
second page to the
Yeah.
end.
Under operating budget?
Review of draft 27 operating budget.
Yeah.
So it says the total initial draft is 38 million, 2,000,006 for 7.6% about fiscal 26. That should say
Above.
increase above.
Increase about?
Yes.
Okay.
And then on the last page, SB updates. The second bullet where it says license renewal, it should be an S on renewals.
Okay.
And with all those changes, I'd move to adopt the consent.
Okay, I'll make that change.
Second,
Second it, all in favor? Aye.
And I'll bring you the other with that, the one that has.
Select board reports, I have none.
no,
Town administrator report.
Just one, update on the the director of assessing position. Been advertised. The three resumes. Not much interest or, no resumes. So we'll keep that open and hopefully get some response, but relatedly, I noticed that Millis has had a job advertisement for director of assessing, so I reached out to the town of Millis. Had a meeting with their town administrator and finance director yesterday to see their interest, if they wanted to share. Since we doing that off the call, doing that sort of installed. They are interested, so they keep pursuing that, getting them some more information following the conversation we had. They have other positions that like as well, so that conversation going. They reiterated, they heard their plea for the conservation administrator. Their conservation commission has no, they never have had a conservation agent.
Really? No?
No, yeah, never. So they're like, take anything. Yeah, like 8 hours, wouldn't have to go to night meetings, just want somebody to help with field visits, and review. So I've relayed that to the chairs of the conservation commission. See that has any legs. They're looking for more help on town planning. 10 hours a week as a town planner.
Do they currently have a part-time planner?
No,
They have no plans.
I don't believe. They've recently geared up, have a new vehicle and equipment for animal control officers, and they'd love to potentially share that resource. So we've got some things we're talking about, as far as sharing services, staff, resources.
For their director of assessing position, the salary range they advertised, was that kind of like in line with what we are advertising?
In line, yeah, it was equated to an hourly rate.
Yeah, right.
It was in line. They hadn't, yeah, it's advertised on, I saw it on the MMA website. As of yesterday, they hadn't got any application then.
Okay. How long?
Not long, I mean, or so, maybe not even, yeah. So, but they were interested in doing that share and work, so.
Could I
Times
make
to
a,
do it when there's vacancies open.
Yeah.
could I make a select board report comment that is relevant to that? Last week, Heidi and Seth Malloy and I attended a virtual meeting that was put together at our request. Actually, Heidi directly requested it from MAPC to help us put together a small town consortium of towns below population 7,000 in the MAPC area. And to my surprise, it was really well attended. And I don't, people didn't have their names properly up on the screen, so I couldn't tell how many towns exactly were represented, but I can get that from MAPC. And they had kind of some nice, little bit too lengthy presentations first of what might be done. And then we had breakout rooms, and they were small enough because we're small towns and there's not that many of us, that it was quite useful. And a big theme was sharing resources.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of ideas came out, and a lot of people are looking to share resources. And one of the suggestions made, I think it might have been me who made it. I forget. Yeah, it was me.
Oh, yeah, it was me. Go ahead, Marianne.
Was that there be some sort of a
Compendium?
central clearinghouse,
Yeah.
some information source when small towns go out for consultants or for things they need to share. You know, as it happens now, is exactly what we've been doing, what Jeremy's been doing. You just reach out, you have your tentacles out there, and you do your best.
It's hard though, like with geographic, so many of them are diverse geographic, like we couldn't share anything with Carlisle probably very much because
Well,
it'd be an
no.
hour drive or whatever it is.
That's right, but that's an interesting point, Jeff, because yes, there are things that you really can't share.
But there probably are some
But there are
you
things you
can do
can.
remotely or whatever.
Like, for example, mapping came up.
Yeah, that
Like
kind of thing.
GIS.
Yeah.
And I suggested that from our MAPC dues, maybe MAPC should provide a few of those, like mapping. But anyway, it was
That's
an
pretty cool,
interesting
though.
meeting, so we're going to follow up.
That sounds good.
And Heidi's kind of taking the lead on it.
Okay.
I like the idea of regionalization of services because it reduces costs and then we don't have the override.
And one small town, I forget which, mentioned that they also lack an assessor, and they have a contractor come in and do an update of all their parcels once a year.
Updated what? I missed it.
Of all their parcel maps and their parcel
really?
data
Huh.
once a year.
What? That's pretty frequently.
Yeah, but I mean, they found it was a big savings, and I don't know if that would help us, but it was an idea.
Okay,
So
Okay.
can I move to adjourn?
second,
Please do.
all in favor? Aye.
Yeah.